Hello everyone, this is Tormuse, and today, picking up where I left off in the Doki Doki Club Meetings mod for Doki Doki Literature Club. As I discussed in yesterday's stream, I'm starting this one early in the hopes of going out later, going to visit my brother's place for dinner, so hopefully I can breeze through this relatively quickly without going on too many tangents. We'll see how well I do. I'm generally not very good at not going on tangents. We'll see. Incidentally, I took the liberty of editing the options.rpy file so I could get this properly on 2 lines. Unfortunately, Monica's skirt is still kind of in the way. It's just DCM Season 3 collection. I don't know. They took out one of the Dokis, I guess. It's just Doki Club meetings. Maybe if I put the 3 on the next line, then there'll be enough room for DDCM season. But then it'll say DDCM season 3 collection. I don't know about that. Whatever. I'm just gonna get it started. Where do we leave off? We just going into episode 26, I suppose. Here we go. MC and Sayori reflect on relationship growth. Yuri experiments. Nothing at all is wrong. I love this ominous. Nothing was wrong. I mean, reflect on relationship growth. I mean, that's interesting. I mean, that's I mean, they did have that conversation in yesterday's episode about that. I did, and I made the comment that the first episode. Hey, Shaka's here. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? I'm so glad to see the 4 club members this episode. The 4 club members. I mean, there are 5, plus Miss Ida, so I'm not sure which 4 you're referring to. Who are you excluding here? Yeah. I made the comment yesterday that there seems to be a lot of setting up of future conflicts and foreshadowing and all that stuff. I guess we're gonna find what that's all about. Yeah. Reflecting on relationship growth, that can go in a lot of ways. I'm curious about that. Yuri experiments. That's vague and ominous. I mean, she still has the presidential powers, and Monica was the one who was doing the coding project. So I don't know what would Yuri be up to. I wonder. Your experiences with her sexuality? Question mark. We shall see. Well, there's nothing wrong with that. Smile like the skull you'll be? What? That's dark. Is that is that a threat from Natsuki, or is that Yuri being I don't know. Moving on. Wake. Still not used to how warm it is in bed with Sayori here. Huh? Sayori is shifting a little bit. Is she awake? I still get so nervous being next to her. It's silly. She seems restless or uneasy. Hey, Dev's here. Welcome to the stream. So, confirmed like MC and Sayori sleeping together, I guess? I mean, I think this is the first time, or at least we've been aware of, that Sayori's slept over at MC's place. There have been, in Season 2, there were several occasions of MC's living over at Sayori's place. And each time he deliberately avoided sleeping in her bed. So, anyway, she seems restless or uneasy. Time to hold her close. Maybe even if she's asleep, it'll help her feel better. Huh? She seems happier. Maybe she's having a bad dream. Oh, were you awake? Sort of. Sorry, but I didn't mean to wake you. It's okay, handsome boy. I can't think of a better way to wake up. How long until we have to go? Hour and a half or so. I'm hungry. You want to get up? Yeah. Can I make you something? I think I'll just have some miso. Oh, good idea. I'll be right down behind you after I get dressed. Speaking of getting dressed, can I get some privacy? Oh, yeah? I know it seems kind of silly, but I still get embarrassed. You don't need to explain it at all. I totally understand. I also get embarrassed still. I know. Don't say it like that. Sorry, like what? What? Was the tilde on the end? um, getting dressed. Are we implying that they're naked at this point? They have no sprites on the screen at the moment. Anyway, but you're so cute. There she is with the short sleeve version of her what looks like her shirt, her uniform shirt, I guess. Anyway, glad you're really regular about getting up early now. Yeah, me too. It's a lot less stressful than having to run around and do everything last minute. Much more relaxing, definitely. Maybe. Oh, there's no maybe about it. It's definitely less stressful. Oh, sorry, that's not what I meant. I was just trailing off another thought. What was it? Oh, well, I was just thinking, you know, Sayori can put on her jacket and vest in less than 1 second. I mean, I think you mentioned her being speedy, but 1 second, that does seem pretty fast. There's that line from it might be a bit of a scary reference. Prequel Adventure, where she says, you know, being able to dress and undress quickly is sort of a liability in some ways, or something like that. I don't know. I'm butchering the quote. And it's a webcomic which is based on Oblivion, featuring one of the cat girls, the Khajiit, and her misadventures. And I don't. This is a tangent. Maybe I shouldn't be going on, but I don't know. There's this a lot of implication that in her past life she was sleeping around with a lot of I'm going to say men, but people. I don't know. And yeah, she made some comments about being able to dress and undress quickly, and people give her some wary side eye over that. Anyway, moving right along. Oh, well, I was just thinking, it's been a while since you've started treatment for your depression, right? Maybe this is like being better? I don't know. I don't really think there is totally better. Like, I'm cured. No, I know that, but better. Like, not as bad as before. In some ways, yes. In some ways, no. Like, I definitely get hit with it less often than I used to now. I have a lot more time where I get a chance to feel good about things, like right now. And even when things are bad, I have sort of a different perspective on it now, I guess. Like, I'm able to be a little objective and recognize that I'm having an attack, but it doesn't hurt any less when it happens. It's still so bad. It hurts so much and I feel so stupid. I still want to do anything to make it stop, and I still feel the urge to kill myself. So in some ways it's not as bad as before, but in some ways it is. I don't think I have the power to just make my depression go away. I'm not sure I ever will. Well, sorry if I brought the mood down again. Hey, welcome to the stream, Lucas here. How's it going? He is Hey Chat, yeah. You never bring down the mood, Cinnamon Bun. It's okay, you have your problem. It's just like having a leg that doesn't work right some of the time, or something. Only for you, it's your depression. If you had a bad leg, I'd still be here when your leg hurt, and I'd help you reach high things. And I'll still be here when you feel awful and depressed. And I will be here to share your happy times too, I hope. Self-insert? Which one? Oh, the the thing about the bad leg? Yeah, I get it. I love you, and it doesn't matter to me how you are. I love you all the time, however you feel. I love you too, MC. I'm so glad we're together. Wait, where did I leave my jacket and vest? They're hanging on the chair you're in? You're right! It really was less than a second. Okay, I get what you're saying now. And her short sleeve shirt magically turned into a long sleeve shirt, as can be seen here. It's amazing. It does very cool. The developer of this mod is Node for Pinkerly as spam. Yeah. I think I'm ready to go now then. Yeah. in Storm, I made a point of whenever, somebody changed, the sprite faded out for a split second and then faded back in. um, the instantaneous change is kind of funny. Anyway, moving on. How about you? Yeah, let me finish this water and then we can get walking. Sure you don't need anything from your house? Yeah, I'm ready. She's humming to herself. It's so hard to believe that this girl's profoundly, awfully depressed so much of the time. It's really hard to accept that there's nothing I can do to just take it away. It's worse because I feel like I have to. Something inside me just constantly screams to make it better, fix it, and I just can't. I wish there was something I could just make better. Even if it were really difficult or painful for me, I would do it. It would be easier than this awful feeling of helplessness. At the very least, I avoid showing that I feel bad because of it. She would hate that. I did a fade originally, but I accidentally just had it happen like that, and I was like, actually, this is funny. Fair. Fair. So, did you watch the video for physics? Yeah, it was weird. Super weird. You have any idea what the answer is? Not really. At first I thought, oh, well, usually balloons go up even though they should go down. So if they're in a car and you slam on the brakes, maybe they go back even though they should go forward? That is an interesting question. What? Time for actual physics? Yeah. How does a balloon behave when it's in the car? I'm not actually sure. I mean, helium-filled balloons, yeah, they're lighter than air because they're full of helium. Would they behave differently when slamming on the brakes? Would they go in the opposite direction? Balloons will go backwards if you slam the brakes in a car, assuming they're helium balloons. Yeah. That's really interesting. I mean, I guess, it sort of makes sense. I mean, the whole reason helium balloons float is because the helium is lighter than air. I mean, the surrounding air is nitrogen and oxygen, something like 79% nitrogen, 20% oxygen, roughly. Yeah, the helium is, being the second element in the periodic table, very low density. Like, I don't worry, MC and Sayori about to go over the physics. Okay, fair enough. I should just move on then. They just do the opposite of what everything else does. Yeah, but there's got to be a reason for that. Why is it that balloons float normally? Well, usually they have some kind of... I put a comma there. Well, usually, comma, they have some kind of weird gas in them that makes them float. Yeah, I forgot. I need to be actively proofreading this. I haven't noticed any errors so far. Yeah, I'm sure it's fine. It's probably fine. Anyway, well, usually they have some kind of weird gas in them that makes them float. You can't fill them with just normal air or they fall. Yeah, but, like, why? Man, I feel dumb not knowing this. They, like, float, right? Like how stuff can float on water, but there's nothing for it to float on. Well, there's air, I guess. But yeah, I don't know how you float on air. Probably has something to do with how you have to fill it with helium or whatever. Yeah, like ice is less dense than water, so it floats. Only for the first 4 degrees. If memory serves. It's something like, it's something about the fact that water has dipolar molecules. It makes it behave differently from most substances. It's only like water, which is like what I think it's like 1 to 4 degrees. It is more dense than ice, so it floats. I mean, it mostly floats. Like 90% of the ice goes under the water, but the top 10% is above the water. Um, most frozen liquids sink when they place in their liquid form. Exactly. Yeah, water is the exception because of the structure of the molecules. And the way I don't know if I want to get into the molecular physics of it all. Just the way the electrons arrange themselves to balance the water molecule. The hydrogen atoms go off on at a weird angle, so that it gives it a so the overall molecule has a positive side and a negative side, and they orient themselves differently than most substances do. It's a trait which is, I mean, I'm not going to say it's unique to water, but it's water is like dihydrogen monoxide is special. Exactly. It's the there's so much water on Earth. It's the most easily recognizable substance that has that property. Yeah, and it's a good thing it has that property because if the ice sank to the bottom instead of floating on the surface, it could potentially like wipe out all life on Earth, basically, because all the fish who rely on having that sheet of ice on the surface and liquid water underneath like would be if the ocean froze from the bottom up instead, like the fish wouldn't be able to survive down there, which is part of the reason when they talk about like looking for life on Mars or life on other worlds or whatever, they're always looking for water. This is like water is like the key ingredient, which makes all kinds of life possible. But yeah. Anyway, moving right along. Like ice is less dense than water, so it floats, and helium is less dense than air, so it floats. That's right, I remember now. Except, wouldn't that just make the balloons go up in air? Why would that make them go forward instead of backwards? Because the air inside the car is denser than the helium-filled balloon. That's why. Guess we'd have to know why things float in general. Because they're lighter, right? I mean, not necessarily though, right? Icebergs are really huge and massive, and even if you put them in water that weighs less than the iceberg, they float. I'd be tempted to put a comma after iceberg. It feels like a weirdly long sentence to not have any commas in it. I mean, I suppose it mostly works. It weighs less than the ice. Yeah, I'd feel better with a comma after the iceberg there. Anyway, but it's less dense, right? Like the same volume of ice weighs less than the same volume of water. Yeah, so helium must be less dense than air. That makes sense. I remember from Miss Ida's class that it's a really small element, number 2. Yeah. This is just random physics lesson thrown into this mod. How curious. Anyway, moving on. You're going in depth on the physics homework. Yeah, so it seems. Yeah. Why do more dense things float? Are you talking about like ships or something? I remember the teacher saying something about gravity pulling harder relatively on more dense things. So like gravity pulls the air harder than the helium, and so the air gets sucked up. Gets sucked under the helium and pushes the helium up. So maybe something like that is happening in the car. I mean, that's what I would assume. I mean, I haven't ever heard of this phenomenon of breaking with the helium balloon in a car, but it makes sense that's what would happen. Because because like you jam on the brakes, like you can't see the air moving, but the air is gonna move back, or like when jamming on the brakes, everything's gonna fly forward, including the air, but the air is more dense than the helium-filled balloon, so the helium-filled balloon is going to move backward. Like it makes sense if you think about it. Going into that should be less dense things. Oh, okay. Yeah, I wondered about this line. Why do more dense things float? I was like, yeah. My first thought was like, is she talking about like a boat or something? Like, but yeah, I have a feeling that yeah, less dense would make more sense than that in that line. I think the air has more inertia than the balloon, so it goes forward and pushes the balloons back. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, because it's more dense. Anyway, moving on. So maybe something like that is happening in the car. Yeah, I think that's it. The air all goes to the front when the car brakes, and it pushes back the balloons with the helium, because with the helium, comma, I put a comma there, back the balloons with the helium, because the air is being forced to the front more than the balloons are. Hey, first time chatter, Chewy22K. If you put Saturn in a pool of water, it would float. Is that true? What is Saturn made of? I mean, it's a gas giant. I know that. Are the gases that make up Saturn less dense? I mean, excuse me. Its gravity would be sufficient to absorb the pool of water. Yeah, that's my hesitation. I mean, if we're talking about a pool of water large enough to engulf Saturn, though, I mean, then maybe I guess it would float. Sure, that would have to be a huge, massive pool of water, though. I mean, Saturn is huge compared to the Earth. Like it's I don't know the numbers offhand. But it's like big enough to engulf Earth like 100 times or something. It's not the biggest gas giant in our solar system. Like Jupiter's bigger. And the gravity of the giant water pool would be sufficient to flatten Saturn's gases against it. Yeah, probably. Like if we're talking about a pool of water big enough to engulf Saturn, then yeah, since Saturn is a gas, it would no longer be spherical. It would just splat out over the surface of the water. But it would still float. I mean, the gases that made up the planet would still float, theoretically, I guess. Anyway, moving right along. Push the back balloons, the helium. Yeah, I put a comma there because the air is being forced to the front more than the balloons are. Do we get a scene of Natsuki and Yuri discussing science while walking together in season 4? It has more advanced science than this scene, lol. I sure hope so. I mean, if we're gonna get this physics lesson via Sayori and MC, which I mean, it is unusual for this mod so far. That is a very low density, 0.7 G. Okay, yeah, fair enough. Yuri, tons of calculus relating to electromagnetism. Haha, yeah. Natsuki, sure, yeah, exactly. Anyway, moving right along. So if you took out all the air, the balloons would go to the front, but with air in, they go to the back. Hey, look at us, we're smart. There's another comma splice there. It could be like an exclamation, you know, I was thinking period or semicolon, but maybe an exclamation mark would look good there. Hey, look at us, we're smart. These are two separate thoughts, separate ideas, separate sentences. The electromagnetic spectrum. I'm also a spectrum of Yuri, multiple of them. Oh no. Moving right along. Or at least we can sound that way during class today. Yeah, between us we're like one whole smart person. Another reason why we need to stay together forever. Adorable, as always. Oh, hi Yuri, I didn't notice you there. People rarely do. Talking about anything interesting? Physics. We just figured out why balloons go backward in a braking car. Ah, yes. They are less dense than the air in the car, and thus the false inertial force pulls the air in front of the balloons. Sorry. This this pose with like the right hand seemingly grabbing the lapel and the closed eyes, like I used an expression like this a lot in Yuri's new toy whenever I wanted Yuri to look condescending. Although I gave her different eyebrows. Pretentious.png, haha, yeah. I reused that in Gay Lesbian Club as well. You know, my Pride Month mod. Husky talks about science more with Yuri just to see this pose more often. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. It's her pretentious pose, her condescending pose, whatever you want to call it. So I used it when I particularly wanted her to look, you know, like she's being pretentious. But I think it works. Anyway, moving on. Yeah, except we didn't say it all smart like that. It does not matter how smart you say it. If you understand the idea, you're quite as intelligent with regard to it as anyone else. Yuri always works hard to make sure everyone knows she doesn't consider herself superior. She is smarter than others, and she knows that that can be threatening. Fortunately, she's really nice about it. I'd be tempted to put a comma after fortunately. I guess it works fine without it. Anyway, definitely nicer than she used to be, especially to Natsuki. Wait, really? I mean, I guess that's for throwing way back to like the beginning days in the club. I mean, well, I mean, even like thinking about the like the first poem sharing from the original vanilla game. I mean, Yuri did put some effort into. I mean, okay, yeah, yes, she was going around telling people what to do with regards to their poetry and so on. But she was generally trying to be nice about it. Like she was making excuses for like I mean, you know, like thinking about like MC sharing with the Ghost Under the Light poem, and she when she sees that like when she sees that MC is feeling embarrassed about not getting it, she says, "Oh well, you only just glanced over it. You know, it's okay." Yuri also thinks she's always tried to be nice. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I've got some bias toward Yuri or something. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, yeah, I'm gonna move right along. That what is it? What is it, Yuri? Hmm? Yeah, what was that annoyed look there? Nothing too important. I was just going to say that it's probably about time for us to get moving again. Wait a second. Is Yuri reading MC's internal monologue? Because she still has the presidential powers? Is that what she was reacting to? Yeah, Yuri's annoyed at MC's inner monologue. Yes. Yeah. I just got to. I don't know. Sorry. I'm hesitating so long. Like I'm trying to parse out like how she would interpret all of that, because it's like I think it's got to be disheartening if to be able to like occasionally see people's inner thoughts and like have her own like worst fears confirmed kind of thing. I mean, like Yuri is someone as much as she tries to like keep to herself and stuff. She does worry about what other people think about her. I mean, Um, like, I mean, think back to the original game. She's always got worried about, oh no, they're going to hate me. Oh no, he's going to hate me. Which, presumably comes from people treating her badly for her, quote unquote weird interests or whatever. I mean, that's what she chalks it up to anyway, or the way she expresses herself and so on. I mean, like the original game is full of indications that she's concerned about what other people think, and that she deals with that sort of conflict by withdrawing, typically, but yeah, I mean, and with as much as she's had character development since then in this mod, that's sort of yeah. Based spying on people's inner thoughts, definitely not problematic. Well, yeah. She's comfort because MC's thoughts were generally very positive about her. Yeah, I mean, yeah, like I can see that. Yeah. Anyway, moving on. Nothing too important. I was just going to say that it's probably about time for us to get moving again. Yeah, we definitely need to get a move on. And so we figured it out. Well reasoned. Although I'm surprised that the teacher didn't just tell you directly. I'd take out that comma. Although I'm surprised that the teacher didn't tell you directly. I don't think that comma is needed there. It doesn't feel like a natural place for a pause. Although I'm surprised that the teacher didn't tell you directly. Or versus, although I'm surprised that the teacher didn't tell you directly. Yeah, it feels like a weird place for a pause. These commas and non-commas so far are all purely to indicate how the character is speaking. Yeah. Anyway, moving on. Yeah, I think it was just a little puzzle. You just wanted us to figure it out on our own. Ugh, I hate it when teachers do that. It makes much more sense to just describe the idea you're trying to teach directly. I mean, yeah, it's different learning styles. I agree with Yuri here. I'd rather just be told directly, but I can also understand that some teachers want to engage like different teaching or different learning styles. So, anyway. Having your students attempt to reinvent the idea from first principles is a waste of time. I guess it helps you to have a more comprehensive understanding of the subject than if you just get a specific fact. I suppose that's true. Just not the way I learn, I suppose. Yeah. I always feel weird when you use the same word in two consecutive sentences. I suppose that's true, just the way I learn, I suppose. Oh well. Anyway, why don't you two walk ahead for a bit and get some privacy? Tormuse is here, and there's something I wanted to talk to them about. Oh, sure. We'll see you in a bit then. Hello, Tormuse. Thank you for the many thoughtful mods you've created, incidentally. Wait, what? Did you... Dev, did you program this specific instance in if the player's name's Tormuse? You've been waiting for this Easter egg, haven't you? Love it. Thank you. I appreciate it. Oh, I'm blushing. Well played, Dev. Anyway. Oops. Yes, so occasionally the club president will address specific player names. Let's see, stuff like this. Specific player names are all people who stream the game. So I added you. Oh, for goodness sake. OBS just disconnected. Why? Why? Check. Technical difficulties that will be resolved before I finish typing this. um, yeah, sorry. I don't know why OBS does this. Like, a vast majority of the time it works with no problems, and every once in a while it just cuts out and then comes back in again. Apologies for that. I don't know what to do about it. I don't know how to fix it or if it can be fixed. It's annoying that it keeps doing that. Yeah, I just wrote I'll be back there because I'm like, well, I expect it'll come back. I mean, that's part of the reason I've gotten in the habit of rebooting the computer just before every stream, because I figured, okay, well, you know, if I make sure that like absolutely nothing else is running, and like maybe that'll help. Question mark, but I guess not. So I don't know. Maybe that was an exercise in futility. But yeah. For people who stream the games, I add you to all the instances for season 3. Nice. That makes me wonder, like, how many of these you put in there then. Good number, cool. Anyway, moving right along. Thank you for the many thoughtful mods you've created. Incidentally, I was obviously a particular fan of Storm. Is that so? Is that so, Yuri? You made that evasive comment about, oh yes, that was rather interesting, wasn't it? Were you a fan of the ending, perhaps, Yuri? Wanted to say like 10 or so for the first 2 seasons. Nifty. That's cool. Anyway. So obviously a particular fan of Storm. Rather prescient in many ways. Is that so? Is that so? Is that so? Incidentally, one of the things I wanted to comment on about yesterday's episode was when when you ask Yuri about her relationship with Natsuki, she does get a bit evasive and say, you know, that's between me and Natsuki, which does kind of lend itself to the possibility that maybe that you know that season 2 endgame late night forest maybe tryst that happened was between Natsuki and Yuri. I don't know. It's sort of it did the fact it's just the fact that Yuri's referring to Storm as present. Like, how can it be present if it's talking about things that happened in the past? Unless it's talking about a future relationship with Natsuki, perhaps, or perhaps a current relationship with Natsuki, perhaps. I frequently lie in my bed, just like in the mod. Oh, yeah, sure. I frequently lie, haha, yeah. Just typing out a comment about her being in bed and telling a lie? Of course. Yeah. Yeah. Referring to the pillow CG, I'm sure, which remains an absolutely gorgeous CG. Incidentally, I tried getting in touch with Peachcake, the artist who did that CG with the Yuri hugging the pillow, because she did a fantastic job with that. I wish I could get her again. I sent her a couple of emails, and I sent her a message on Pixiv as well. No response. I don't know if she's taking a break from online presence or what. Like, I did see her make a tweet on or an X, I suppose, on Twitter or x.com. But And I said, oh, hey, you know what? She's active on Twitter. Hey, maybe I can send her a direct message there. They have that feature there, right? And I went to send it, and it's like, oh, you don't have this feature because you need the blue check mark. You need to pay Elon Musk $8 because he's a greedy jerk who wants to make basic features like direct messaging a paid service. Okay, I mean that's his short-sighted way to make more money, I guess. In the light of all his investors and advertisers pulling out because of all his crappy decisions with what to do with Twitter. Yes, it's definitely that strategy for. Oh yeah, I mean, yeah. Regarding Storm being present and nothing else. I mean, honestly, it's the only thing she could be talking about. Because Storm is all about events that happened in the past and during the events of the actual game. Really, I mean, I can't imagine what else she could be referring to. But the fact that she is now, like right now, saying it's present implies that something already happened between her and Natsuki. And her evasive answer in yesterday's episode also feeds into that notion that something happened between them that she's alluding to now. Definitely nothing else, is it? Yes, obviously that is the only thing. Oh, you're being all coy and ominous there, Dev. What is going on here? I mean, okay. Frankly, okay. Let's read more into this, I suppose. I mean, she says in many ways. Yes, the Natsuri thing is the immediate thing that comes to mind. But what else could she be referring to? What else could she be referring to? What else happens in Storm? I mean, she gets rid of her knife collection at one point, but then it comes back in the end after the reset in Act 4. Well, in Act 2 and in Act 4. Present in the sense that Monica felt guilty about hurting people, but we kind of already knew that. Present, I mean, like Yuri's self-harm origin story is different, and her motivations for her self-harm are different in Storm. In Storm, I made it very clear that it comes from, like, her self-harm, how it comes from guilt and shame and wanting to punish herself and wanting to hurt herself, whereas in this, she derives a sense of pleasure from it. So, that's different. This is the hello. Hey, welcome to the stream, Technity. How's it going? Nothing is going on. Everything is normal. I mean, yes, there was that very ominous message in the at the start of the selection screen, which says like nothing is wrong, or which, yeah, very ominous. It feels like something's about to happen. We shall see. I'm still puzzling about this. Like, rather present in many ways. Many ways. What like present in the sense that Yuri has a hand fetish? Incidentally, I don't know. I'm not sure exactly. I didn't exactly precisely plan for Yuri to have a hand fetish in Storm. It just kind of emerged organically during the writing, because I was trying to write what her thought processes were when she was reading with MC in the early Act 1 scenes, and I just started writing like she's fascinated by his hand, watching his hand move over the page, and just at some point that evolved to, okay, I guess she just has a hand fetish, particularly in the moment, the finger licking moment during the the festival preparation scene on the weekend. Um, like my initial thought was, oh, it's going to be like something she does automatically without thinking. But then I thought more about it. Like, no, let's just lean into maximum audience discomfort and make it like she's like really into it. you know, like she really wants to put his hand in her mouth. You know. And then I don't know, this headcanon that Yuri has a hand fetish just kind of came out of that. And so, hand fetish based, sure. So she has this fascination with like kissing Natsuki's hand. Um, is that what's present in this? Only one character has a hand fetish in club meetings, and it's not Yuri. Oh, okay. Wait, what? what? What now? Who are we talking about then? Oh no, what's happening in the stream? Sayori, right? Correct, but only about MCs. Has that been expressed so far? Have they done much holding hands in this? Which, yes, incidentally, in Storm 2, I kind of intend to lean into that. Like, yes, she likes Natsuki's hands very much, and holding hands is a big deal for her. Yeah, and like not wanting to let go of Natsuki's hand. Frequently made pointed comments about his hands. Yeah, I mean she's made comments about a lot of things. I mean, she's like, are there? I mean, she's made comments about his hands, but his hair. You just seen where she tries to convince Yuri to date MC and describes all the things she finds hot about him. She spends a good bit of time on his hands. Yeah, fair enough. Anyway, well, let's move on. We're going to go through this. Rather prescient in many ways. Very well written, too. I had something I wanted to try with you, if possible. Wait, what? Yuri, what? What is this? What are you doing? I've been trying to understand as much as I can about the nature of the club presidency and why we are aware and the way we are. Oh, are we back into the default? This line here, and so they wanted to try. Is this referring to term used Storm author, or just this back into the general lines now? Anyway. I don't know if it's because we're a released test environment, like in DDLC Plus, or something more eldritch, or who knows what. So far, I've been trying to I want to put a comma after far. So far, I've been trying to replicate many of the experiences that happened to the club president in the base game. It's an interesting thing to experiment about. Who knows, indeed. Like referring to the Eldritch line. Funny she's saying that now. There's I don't want to spoil, but in Turquoise, Yuri has a line about Eldritch abominations in relation to the game world. I mean, she doesn't know she's talking about the game world, but like she has a comment about Eldritch stuff, I guess. No, I was who knowsing you ask if you were still in the tour review section. Yeah, fair enough. Anyway, moving right along. But there's one thing that happened to them that I haven't yet been able to do myself. We currently use a sophisticated simulation engine designed in the aftermath of the incident that simulates us and our world even when the game is not running. It takes an immense amount of computing power, but that, too, was arranged when the world was reconstructed after the incident. That is the world.bat system. You might see a file for it in your install, but deleting it won't do anything. The real version is not locally hosted. Did I make note of the world.bat? Oh yeah, there it is. Windows batch file. Did I look at this before? didn't run it. I said... There it goes. Oh, yes. Import ArcPy folder name. Connection to world.ste. Server name DDLC world. Device name, database name. Auth type Monica auth. Username Monica. Password equals... Save user info, save Monica. Version name SD.default. Save version info. Save 2.1.0. Yeah, by the way, I noticed the version number on the title screen said version 2.1.0. Interestingly, you did, yes? Wait, what? Oh, look at the world.bath file? Yeah. Anyway, moving right along. Anyway, before we had that engine, turning the game off apparently caused some kind of horrible data stream nightmare if you were club president. I am hoping that this data stream might yield some clues as to the nature of the self-awareness glitch, if it is in fact a glitch. You put the comma inside the quotes there. In the interest of consistency, you probably want to adjust that. Yeah. In a moment, though not yet, I'm going to ask you to save the game and then turn it off for a moment, then come back. Oh, okay. Alright, I can do that. If you do that after I've temporarily disabled world.bat, then hopefully I... Uh-oh. 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 No, Yuri, this is not a good experiment to be doing without, like, at least warning your fellow club members. If you do that after I've temporarily disabled world.bat, then hopefully I should be able to see what things were like for the base game club president. What, she wants to subject herself to the torment that Monica went through? Like, is that really a good idea? Like, she doesn't know what that's going to do to herself. Like, that torment caused Sayori to immediately delete the game in the original, vanilla, but she wants to find out. Yeah, I know. She's just so curious. Like, I get the curiosity and the, desire to want to explore and understand things and so on, and she still should do this in a more controlled way, that if things go wrong, she has some way of fixing it. I mean, I don't know, like, at the very least, she should let her fellow club members know what she's doing. Like, she specifically shooed Sayori and MC away so they wouldn't know what she's doing. And so presumably, she didn't tell, like, Natsuki or Monica or Masaida either. But, we can explain that away with the same way we explain away all of the characters' dumb decisions. Oh, well, they're dumb teenagers. What do they know? Also, placing a lot of trust in the player not to repeatedly save and quit and reload over and over to torture her. Yeah. Well, that's that too. She is indeed putting a lot of trust, but it's Tormuse. Tormuse wouldn't do that. He's such a nice guy. He made such what words did she use? He makes such thoughtful mods that are so well written and present in many ways, apparently. Although, I mean, anyone who types Tormuse into the name would get the same result. So, Yuri has a pretty good grasp on how the simulation works and knows this won't mess with the game, block capital's game, though she knows it might hurt. I mean, I'm assuming that she knows that much at least, for sure. But yeah, I don't know. This just immediately seems like a bad idea. I mean, even setting aside the ominous warning at the start of the session, like this immediately feels wrong. That she, I mean, like Yuri, like she knows as well as any of them how wrong things can go. Um, I mean, I don't know, um, like even if I only turn the game off for a moment, maybe in her perceptual time that it comes across as years and like long enough for her to like go insane or whatever. Natsuki would not like you if you repeatedly reloaded over and over and tortured Yuri. Aw, yeah. Splash is just a quote from one of Yuri's favorite authors. Oh yeah, I wondered about that. About the smiling skull. Yeah. Yeah. I mean that not that quote. I meant the other one. The when on the menu screen when you click episode 26, it says nothing will go wrong or something like that. It says something like everything. I don't know, some kind of seemingly ironic statement like that. That's completely unironic. Yeah, sure. Everything is totally fine. Of course. Anyway, enough of this. Moving right along. Just a moment. Yuri off-world up disabled. There we are. So do I save it now? Or she said don't do it yet, so I'm going to wait for her specific instruction. All right. Go ahead and save right now if you haven't already, and then quit the game and reload, and then move past me saying this. We'll see what happens. Okay. I will follow your instructions, Yuri. I obviously trust your judgment. Obviously. Clearly. And while I'm at it, maybe I'll edit options.rpy again and see if maybe I can. What if I put another \n before DDCM here? Now I see your desktop background is a bunch of Psionica art. Just kidding. Yeah. You also trust the dev in not trying to proceed immediately to make sure I don't just trust you to save and reload. Here, I just edited the options.rpy file to add another \n after DDCM in the mod name thing. So I want to see what that looks like. It hurts. It hurts a lot. That's different. Yeah, that looks a little better, I think. Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's a different splash message than Monk's hands covering the D. Yeah. I mean, before her skirt was covering the D, so. Anyway, moving on. All right, let's see what happens. I'm afraid. I'm gonna push the button and see what happens. Oh dear. That was awful. I really can't deal with that much sensory input. It was horrible. Like 10,000 people scratching nails across a chalkboard while screaming. And all the while 100 differently colored flashlights are being spun before your eyes, right in front of your face. This was a foolish idea, perhaps. I'm not sure what I could learn from this, even if there was anything to learn. Yeah, what was she hoping to learn? Like, just what it was like? There's no way I'd be able to focus on anything in the midst of all that. That was terribly painful. Being subjected to that for more than 10 seconds would be worse than being stabbed in the heart. Well, I mean, Yuri knows that from experience, I suppose. Sensory age is autistic, Yuri confirmed. No, I wasn't sure if I should say that. I mean, devs, or I mean, Yuri specifically made the comment that she wasn't on autism spectrum, but yeah, can't deal with that much sensory input is an interesting turn of phrase for her, considering she specifically said that she's not autistic. There's sleep time for you. Okay, yeah, have a good one, BG Sweet. Said about skirts covering D's. Yeah. Do it again? No, I'm not going to be mean to Yuri. I mean, any more so than I was in Storm writing Act 2. Anyway, moving on. And I would know. Well, let's make sure that doesn't happen again. Yuri on World at Bat enabled. Phew. Glad that's done. At least I know now that nothing can really be learned from that experience. Or even if it could, I'm not sure I'd want to know whatever you could learn from it. Too much knowledge can be a dangerous thing. Well, I have a day to get to. At least I know there's nothing to be gained from that terrible experience now. Is she going to find that it had some effect on everyone else? If you do repeatedly quit and reload the save, I did account for that, but it is indeed mean. Oof. Ouchie. Thanks for helping me out with it. Yeah. Sadly, the fade out while they still have their mouth open always looks a little odd. I mean, it's something that's happened like throughout the entirety of this mod so far, but I just wanted to put out there. I make a point of having characters close their mouths when there's a scene change like that. Oh well, moving on. So he's not a high schooler anymore? Wait. Is this part of... Is this related to Monika's experiment in breaking the time loop? Did somebody graduate? Wait, haha, yes. Wait, what's that responding to? the mouth open thing? Anyway. Okay, moving on. Not a high school anymore? No, he graduated last year. Huh. I don't remember him. Oh, he didn't go here. He went to some school across the Straits. The Straits? How'd you meet him? He works here now. You know the shoe store close to here? Oh yeah, he works there? Yeah, I don't remember what voices I gave these characters. Yeah, I was there shopping when you talked for a while and really hit it off. I'm sure you'll be very happy together. He seems cool, from what you said. Oh, okay, so... Is this the DDLC equivalent of Parfait Girl's ice cream guy? the unnamed shoe store salesman, I guess. Anyway, so I used to hide characters before scene transitions. Anyway, so is this the last we're going to see of you? Going to spend a bunch of time with your boyfriend now and leave your friends behind? Haha. God, you always have to be so overdramatic. No, of course not. I'll still be here plenty. He doesn't go to the school, obviously. Plus, I only see him once in a while. We're pretty busy. I hide scenes where characters transition. Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say, this could be like a period or semicolon here. Anyway, I was only kidding. Should I say it? Yeah, why shouldn't I? You weren't really kidding though. Where are you, Iki? Iki? As short for Ikuko? What? You really were worried that Ayami was going to go away and not be here much anymore. No, But you didn't want to actually make it sound like you were worried, so you said you were kidding. It's cool, I get it. I don't like showing weakness either. That also could be like a period or semicolon. It's not a big deal. But interesting comment from Natsuki here is just is an expression of her self-awareness here. I think it's cool between us four, don't you? We've kind of been through a lot, and I don't feel like I need to pretend I'm completely cool and always have my shit together anymore with you guys. So, for me anyway, I'm cool with it if we just want to be more like ourselves. And Kuko, you were totally worried Ayami was going to leave us alone for her new boyfriend. I was not. It's okay, you don't have to admit it. You can be secret vulnerability friends. Haha, Natsuki. It's wonderful how you combine being so world-wise with being so funny. And she's like, oh, they thought it was a joke? Yeah, well, let's not get too sappy. So when's your next date? In a week, we're just going to hang out at the park. But I wanted to talk about something else related to him really quick. He has really cute single friend. Now, I know Hiroko is totally above such base things as romance. Oh, is that so? Is Ace Hiroko? Or aromantic, anyway? Not how I put it, but for now, yes. And this guy's not going to be good. Sorry, this guy's not going to be good enough for a Kuko, probably. But I thought maybe this guy is poor single Natsuki's type. You were mistaken. How can you know he's not your type before you even know anything about him? Not what I meant. Oh, oh, oh. Is Natsuki about to suggest that she's that she's already taken? Mistaken, perhaps? Oh, whoa, indeed. But how do you know he is my type? Being my type is an exact and difficult thing, you know. Maybe. But here, take a look at him. He's the one labeled Benjiro. Yeah. Period inside the quote there. Alright, let's see him. Here. Sorry, throat getting rough all of a sudden. I need to go use the washroom. I will be right back. Need to get some more water. And I'm back again. Period inside the quote me when I quote someone on menstruation. Yeah. um, Here we go. Natsuki having an adorable reaction to cute boy. That's same reaction she had to excuse me, seeing Kenzo for the first time, and also the whatever comment Sayori made to her about MC when she was trying to set them up together. Was that song by NSYNC? Bye bye bye. Yeah, exactly. I mean, whatever might be going on with Yuri, she still has a thing for guys, seemingly. Anyway, moving on. I see. He is quite the looker, right? What? Quite the looker. That's an interesting expression. um, that's I don't know. It feels a bit. I don't know. Is that a phrase that Natsuki would use? That's an interesting turn of phrase. It feels kind of old timey. I sort of imagine. I sort of imagine it like I sort of associated it with like Britishism maybe. I don't know. Or down phrase perhaps for her friends. Yeah. Because she feels wrong commenting on him for some reason? Well, yeah. Anyway. What does he do? How old is he? He's 19. He graduated this past year. He's a college freshman now. So, what do you say, Natsuki? You want his number? Nah. He's super cute and seems nice, but I don't think I want his number. Oh, really? Thought for sure he'd be attractive to you. Well, he is attractive. So, why don't you want his number? It's like I've always said, Natsuki's got her eyes on someone else. Yeah, that's the only explanation. No matter how attractive the new person you show her, she'll only be thinking of her one true love. Yeah, get out of your system. It's just that there are very few people in this world cool enough for me to be interested in them. Oh, that's how she wants to play it. Well, I'm sorry, Natsuki, but that logic doesn't quite hold up. I mean, just because there are very few people, that doesn't explain why you would not even want to talk to him to find out if he's one of those people. So, I mean, Hiriko's explanation of there's somebody else she's interested in seems like the more probable explanation. That's just logic. Anyway, moving on. Oh, I see. So this is what it's like for us to let our guards down and not try so hard all the time? Yeah. After Natsuki's comments about vulnerability. Totally. I never try hard. Of course not. But hey, my boyfriend mentioned he wants to meet all you guys. You guys maybe want to do karaoke tonight? All of us and him? Feels like we should do more stuff outside of school. I'd certainly be interested. Yeah, I'm in. Natsuki? Shoot. I really want to go, but tonight's a bad night. I know your club doesn't run that long. No, it doesn't. Just had other plans that I can't really cancel. Oh, really? What's Natsuki got going on? I can definitely do tomorrow, or the next day, or the weekend, if that's okay. I'd really like to go and hang out with you guys if possible. Tonight is impossible. What specific thing could be happening tonight? Yeah, I think we could do tomorrow. What about you guys? I guess I can make that happen for Natsuki. Tomorrow's not a problem for me. Tomorrow it is, then. Maybe 6:30 p.m. if we can convince our parents? Yeah, I can probably do that. See you guys then. You can sort of imagine they're probably still going to bring the friend along and see if they can set them up together. I can see that happening. Oh, well, anyway. Oh, there you are. Wait. Okay. It's like, wait, is she talking to me? Okay. Shh, keep your voice down. It's a library. Sorry, you don't have to keep your voice that low. Sorry, I was just excited to see you. I've been looking all over for you. I thought you would be on the roof as usual. Normally I would be, but the school got a new supply of fiction, so I'm here sampling the wares. You, have a big pile of books there. Um, sorry, it just occurred to me. Um, yeah, like Yuri messing around with the world.bat and stuff. Like, um, what am I trying to say? I can already. I'm just trying to think ahead and predict what ways that everything can go wrong. Uh, like this session is presumably going to end with her transferring power, presidential power, back to Monica, and then Monica is presumably. I can imagine it, like if the world.bat file wasn't restored correctly, and when it turns off, when the game turns off, is Monica going to get subjected to the data streaming, yada yada yada, and she isn't going to, and she wasn't expecting it because Yuri didn't tell anyone what she was doing. I mean, I can imagine that being one of the ways things could go wrong. Anyway, that thing actually did not mess with anything. Okay, if you say so. Just like Natsuri isn't canon, you know. Anyway, moving on. You have a big pile of books there. What did you pick? And she's like, all of them. Uh, let's see. I have Earthlings by Sayaka Murata, Clara and the Sun by Kazuo Ishiguro, and Filthy Animals by Brandon Taylor to start. That should at least keep me going for a couple of weeks. You're going to read those 3 books in a couple of weeks? Yes, probably, if I have time. So what brings you here? Oh, nothing in particular. I guess I've just gotten used to eating lunch with you a lot. So I just went up to the roof by default without really thinking about it. And then you weren't there. And I guess I was sort of on autopilot because I just started looking for you without really thinking about it, and now I'm here. I see. You know we can't actually eat food in here though, right? Oh, that is a problem. Wait, were you going to eat? I was probably just going to eat my lunch quickly during the next break. I really wanted to read. Oh, for goodness sake. You can't just not eat to make more time to read, Yuri. I suppose you're right. Well, you just eat and read at the same time. Problem solved. Anyway. Of course I'm right. Can't you, like, check those out and come eat? Yes, I suppose so. I just got very excited about reading. Give me a moment and I'll be ready to go. I know you love to read, but did you really want to read so bad that you decided to put off eating? I can't imagine such a thing. Yeah, Sayori wouldn't be able to imagine such a thing. Well, for you it might be unthinkable. Snacks and lunch are very high on your priority list. Yes, they are indeed critical to my plans, or something. To all our plans. But I can eat whenever. I have to make sure I proactively set aside time for reading, otherwise I never seem to get the time. Something else always happens to get in the way unless I'm very determined about my reading. That makes sense, but the same thing is true about eating. If you just let eating fall by the wayside, you'll forget to do it. And unlike books, you need food to live. Sayori, I need books to live also. Yeah, I guess that's probably true. Sayori voraciously finishes the last bites of a sandwich. So it's a big rush to read right now anyway. I mean, I get that you absolutely have got to read books, but why not just eat food when it's time to eat food and then read when you're at home? My home is not always the best place to read. Oh, that's sad. The real question is, where is the library in the Natsuki Quest map? I mean, the roof is on the main building, as opposed to the science building, which is a separate, newer building. So presumably the library's in the old building. How close it is to the roof, who knows? Anyway, I feel like maybe it's on it's its own building from the courtyard. Interesting. Anyway, yeah. Yuri, confirmed bookworm, can't read at home. That's sad. Uh, anyway, it can be loud, and I am often interrupted. Oh, is that so? But I do read at home normally. Today I'm not going to have time, though. Mm, yeah, tempted to say come after today, but I know pacing of the delivery of the lines and so on. Is the library just not technically part of the school because it's also available on weekends because it's a library? That's a valid point, valid question. Like it may actually just be a general public library rather than being, a quote unquote school library, which is built into the school. I mean, I'm thinking back on all the schools that I went to growing up, and yeah, they all have like a library is a room within the school basically. Anyway, moving on. Wait. Today I'm not going to have time though. There are things I have to do after club today. Oh, is that so? Is that so? Natsuki and Yuri both have something that they have to do after club. By any chance, is this a thing, an impossible to put off thing? Gee, I wonder what she is doing. Or who she's doing? Anyway, if she's not eating because she will eat later. Oh boy. Anyway, things I have to do after club today. But it's loud normally? Loud and interruptious. Oh, that's an interesting word. Is that even an actual word? It's not a tiny house, but it can still feel very small with 5 people in it. Yeah, I can see that. Especially when one is your very curious younger brother who views you as his own personal encyclopedia. I hadn't thought of that. I bet you're super cool to have as an older sister. I can understand why he'd come to you with all his questions. He probably thinks you know everything about everything. He does think that. Thus, the frequent interruptions. It can be fun to explain things to him, and it's very flattering, but sometimes I wish he'd bother one of the adults in the house instead. Well, I mean, arguably she's an adult. I'd put a comma after sometimes. I'd definitely prefer a comma after sometimes. But sometimes I wish he'd bother one of the other adults in the... Yeah, anyway, moving on. Especially when I'm reading. After all, I have to get all that knowledge to relate to him somehow. You know, I've never thought of this, but what do you do in your spare time, Sayori? Oh, well, I definitely remember to eat food. Certainly. Although at the speed with which you eat, that can't take you very long. Nope. Let's see. Well, I try to spend as much of my spare time as possible with MC. Of course. But what else, like when he's not around? When he's not around? Well, not much. I mean, that's one of those things that could like contribute to her depression, if she doesn't have any like hobbies or things she does that she enjoys. Just saying. I mean, it is generally helpful to have something to distract yourself from the depressive thoughts. Chicken and the egg, though. That is true. No, that is a fair point. I'm not saying, oh, easy solution, get a hobby, boom, depression solved. It's, I mean, depression does interfere with the ability to take part in the hobbies, and then it's a sort of it's its own spiral. It's its own thing. But yeah. Anyway, not much. Yep, not much. I feel somewhat compelled to press further. Look, to be perfectly honest with you, when MC's not around and I don't have any homework or anything left to do, or when I can't bring myself to do homework or anything else, I mostly just sit in my chair and look at the walls. Yeah, relatable. Honestly, I mean, It's not something I specifically intend to do, but it's like it's sometimes I look at my watch after a few minutes and a few hours have passed, so it's like apparently that's what I do, without really intending to. It's one of those things anyway. Or lie in bed and stare at the ceiling, also relatable. Or sometimes I mix it up and stare at the walls in bed or at the ceiling from my chair. Can't say I do that, but That's not good. Maybe you should get a hobby. Something to take your mind off things when you need it to. Obviously, I like to read, but there's a ton of other things out there that you might be interested in. The problem isn't a lack of things to do. If I thought about it, I could probably think of a ton of different ways to occupy my time. I could clean up my room a little for starters. But like I said, it's not that I don't have anything else to do, it's that I can't do those other things. I don't have the energy for it most of the time. I'll be sitting in my chair or laying in my bed, and then I'll think, oh, I could do such and such. Then actually getting up to do it is almost impossible. Woo, executive dysfunction. I'm gonna do the thing, and then you don't do the thing, and then then you feel bad because you didn't do the thing. That's yeah. Why is Sayori being so relatable today? No, it's like particularly the lying in bed thing. I mean, like this fits perfectly well in like with Sayori's vanilla canon behaviors and stuff, like having difficulty getting out of bed in the morning and stuff. Yeah, I was going to say something about that. Yeah, executive dysfunction it's such a pain. Like knowing like there are so many things I want to do, and I'm still sitting here, and then a few minutes later, like, oh yeah, those things that I should be doing, and then I'm still sitting here. It's just there's just something about just getting over your own inertia and just like once you get up and start moving and doing the thing, it's easier. But like getting over that your own inertia to start and actually get up in the first place, it can be a bit of a chore. Just finding the energy to just get up and go. For me, caffeine extremely helps with my executive function. Cool. Yeah, it's not really my thing, but yeah. I did read, I think there was a Tumblr post somewhere where someone said that they deal with their executive dysfunction by in their head just screaming, like just not even not necessarily just like screaming at themselves or anything like that. Is just fill your head with the sound of ah, so that you can't think about anything else. So until you force yourself to get up. Just along the lines of distracting yourself from the thoughts or whatever or emotions or whatever that are prompting you to sit still and not be able to do things. But it's something I've tried to put to use a couple of times, but hard to say how effective it is. But it's a neat thing. I mean, like again, canon DDLC, vanilla DDLC. There is a thing about how Sayori has a habit of starting new hobbies, but never keeping up with them or finishing them or whatever. I play on that on Turquoise, incidentally. It's sort of a recurring thing for her. Anyway, moving right along. Then actually getting up to do it is almost impossible. Like trying to get out of bed with the 100-pound weights tied to all your arms and legs. It's not impossible. You could maybe pull yourself out of it if you really, really had to. but most of the time it's just better not to. So you have to conserve your energy after all. Yep. Here we come to spoon theory. Just don't have the spoons to get up. Monica helping Sayori with executive function, Sayori helping Monica with emotional acceptance. Good ship. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. That's plot summary for Turquoise right there. A plus. I mean, that's not the only themes I've got going on, but I'm thinking back on it. You know, I didn't always even necessarily specifically set out for that particular dynamic, but I'm thinking over it and it's like, yeah, there's an example of that, yeah, there's another example of that, yep, yeah, that fits, that tracks. But yeah, spoon theory. I did want to mention that. I'm not even sure like how it caught on or whatever, but there was some popular blog post somewhere. Might have been on Tumblr. I don't know the exact origin, but the story goes there was someone was trying to communicate about disability to an abled friend, and like not necessarily physical disability, like you know, I mean, like it could apply to executive dysfunction. It could apply to depression or mental illness or whatever. But they were. I guess they were in the kitchen at the time or something, and they decided to communicate to their friend by okay, you know, got out all the spoons in the room and put them on the table and said, okay, let's say these spoons represent the energy you need to do a task, and like you know what do you like now imagine like getting ready in the morning, and the friend said, oh, like, well, okay, so I take one spoon to get ready for the morning, and they're saying, no, you have to use one spoon to get out of bed, another spoon to get dressed, and one, you know, a spoon to shower, another spoon to eat breakfast, and like just spelling it out like that, and saying, and now you don't have spoons to do the things that you want to do, you know, and somehow that caught on, you know, the idea of spoon theory, and I've seen it that referenced in a lot of places. Oh, I don't have the spoons to do this, you know, to do such and such a task. I find myself using that phrase sometimes. Natsuki, Yuri, please teach me about spoon theory. Ooh woo. Yuri proceeds to explain actual spoon theory and executive function. Doesn't spoon Natsuki. Natsuki still enjoys this greatly. Ha 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 ha. Well played. Yeah. A different kind of spooning. Yes. Anyway, moving right along. Have to conserve your energy after all. Does that make sense? I suppose so. Sorry, I don't really know what to say about that. Instead, I will just offer commiserations, reiterate that I am always available if you need help, and politely offer to change the topic to something more cheerful. Or we can keep talking about it if it would help. No. I do not wish to cut off potentially helpful avenues of communication, but from your expression, I am overthinking and panicking, and we should just eat our lunch. That's definitely an option. Or instead, you can eat your lunch, since I have already finished mine. What are you having today? Same thing? Same thing. Well, you know what would help me right now? A bite of my lunch. You know me so well. That's cute. And Sayori just expertly guilting Yuri into giving her some lunch. You know, Sayori's subtly manipulative in a lot of ways. Anyway, moving on. The club room is empty. Hey everyone, I'm here? Man, am I really the first one here today? I'm never the first one here. Oh man, look at all this mess. Oh no, where's Monica? Monica usually cleans up the place, right? What's this foreboding implication here? Never seen the club room with this strewn with stuff. Oh well, give you something to do before the others show up. Ugh, the desks are grody. Those first period freshmen are really something else. There's gotta be cleaner around here somewhere, right? Huh. Hi, MC. Oh, hi, Miss Ida. Cleaning up for the club? Yep. Very conscientious of you. Do you need any help? Actually, yeah, I'd like to wipe down the desks, but I don't have anything to do that with. Do you know where there might be any cleaner around? I think the teacher whose homeroom this is usually keeps them in her desk. She'd probably be fine with it if you used it to clean her classroom. Yep, here we go. Thanks, Asida. You want any help? No, I'll be fine. Once I get into the actual cleaning, I build momentum and then I finish quickly. Yeah, same as me. Getting started is definitely the hard part. Oh, hey, is this a running theme? Could this be a running theme here? After that conversation with Sayori about like getting started, like getting out of bed, getting out of the seat, like not staring at the walls anymore. MC is a great male wife for Sayori. Well, yeah, sure. Yep. Hi, everyone. Oh, it's just you guys. What do you mean, just you guys? Your boyfriend's here. We're still waiting for everyone else. And I'm cleaning. I see that. Do you want to help? Not particularly. What? That's okay, you don't have to. I just wanted to make sure you didn't feel left out. Well, to be honest, I also really like just watching you do things. Young love. The hot burning part of the relationship is lasting a long time for you two. Usually it simmers down a bit after a few months. Yeah, it's been like a year at this point, right? In the timeline? The hot burning part? You don't have any experience at all with relationships outside of MC, do you? Well, Kenzo, but that probably doesn't really count. Amasada, thanks for killing their young love. Yeah, exactly. Being a bit of a downer, bit of a damper. Although it also raises questions about Miss Ida's relationships and like how long have her relationships lasted? I mean, she's talking about it like usually simmers down after a few months. That suggests that she's had repeated experience of that, perhaps, or is she talking about in theory? So, you guys don't realize yet that all relationships are doomed and will break apart very quickly. Oh no, don't frame it like that. That's Sayori's big fear and stuff. Relationships are hot burning because she's an arsonist. Ah, yes, that running gag. Hot burning, yeah. Saida's longest relationship was like 8 months. Oh, really? Okay. Is that word of God there, or is that another joke or something? If it's a joke, I don't get it. Feel better about myself that my relationships have lasted longer than Miss Ida's? Yeah, I have only had one relationship that lasts longer than that. Yeah, my relationships have historically been shorter, alas. Anyway. That probably doesn't count. Not for this, no. Most of the time when two people first start in a relationship, they can't get enough of each other. They're always together, always overwhelmingly affectionate. Very, passionate. But then over time, it cools down in a bit. Sorry, I'd put a comma after time, I think. Then over time, it cools down a bit, and if they stay together, they become more tender and comfortable rather than constantly passionate and addictive. Yeah, I'd put a comma after time. Other than that, that seems fine. But you and MC seem to be staying in the passionate and addictive stage for longer than usual. I don't think I'll ever get over feeling that way about MC. Every time I just look at him, I feel kind of drunk. Well, I've never been drunk, so I'm not sure. But yeah, probably it's a similar feeling. Uh-oh. Is she gonna test being drunk to find out? Shouldn't do that when you're on antidepressants. better about myself that my relationships have lasted longer than decided. No, I read that. Time loop affecting the way Sayori and MC feel about each other. Ooh, that's an interesting question. Yeah, but incidentally, additional theories about Monica's absence and inability to get stuff cleaned up. She did just kind of go 2 weeks in a row not being president, and the last ending scene from the from yesterday's episode, it did end with a scene with Monica like thinking about the player and so on, like usual Monica stuff. So like I can sort of imagine maybe just feeling that sort of I don't know, love sick for lack of a better word. Okay, good. So I am normal, lol. Anyway, moving on. It's probably a similar feeling. A lot of the time he's all I think about. I'm just glad you two are happy. Yeah, maybe the hot burning part is lasting longer because we already knew each other for so long. We already know what it's like to be just caring and comfortable together. That's probably true. You already started from the place most couples end up. I guess a lot of people start as lovers and have to learn how to become real friends afterwards. Yeah, I mean, that's... Yeah. But you two have to learn the other way around. Yeah, I'm really enjoying it. I'm sure he is too. The door opens. And so we can see that this whole universe is a deconstruction of the myth of the hero. So he's like an anti-hero? No, he's not an anti-hero. He's very much a regular hero on the hero's journey to the hilt of full hero. And I still don't get all this about how it's a deconstruction or whatever. If he's just a regular hero, then what's deconstructive about it? Whole hero. Is that one of those 3 books that she picked up? Yeah, I'm not familiar with the 3 books that she mentioned, so I can sort of imagine that she may have chosen those books specifically because she wanted to talk to Natsuki about them. Would surprise me anyway. Anyway. No, this is a different book? Okay. Manga last time, book this time? Yeah. Maybe they take turns. I mean, I was gonna sort of lean into that in Storm 2, hypothetically. Like day 1 has them like reading a book together, and day 2 they were gonna like read manga together. There's just Storm 2 spoilers if it ever gets written. You've definitely at least heard of this book? Oh yeah? Maybe they take turns. Yeah. Anyway, moving on. Let's just be constructive about it. Well, think about this. He's likable, right? You root for him. Well, yeah, of course. He's nice. His dad is a good, just ruler and gets killed. Seems like a solid dude. Yes, exactly. You're meant to sympathize with him immensely. To think, yes, this dude is quite solid, as you put it. Yep, there's another comment side quote there. Sorry. Natsuki looking amused at Yuri's use of dude and solid. A dad, just ruler who gets killed. My mind immediately jumps to Hamlet because they were watching Hamlet in first season. Yeah. Sorry, my dude is also quite solid, haha, yeah. But think about where he starts and where he ends up. Well, he starts as the Duke's son, training, learning how to be a good ruler, basically. And he ends up being basically the Emperor. He's gotten his vengeance and fulfilled his destiny. Okay, maybe not Hamlet then. And not on the classical hero's journey, though, quite. Yeah. Oh, well, yeah. I mean, revenge is more his thing, I suppose. Anyway. Classic hero's journey stuff. I don't see what's weird about it. Well, usually the hero's journey finishes with the hero back at home, having saved whatever he set out to save. But instead of just restoring the status quo, Paul is actually in charge of everything. Paul. Paul, eh? Emperor. I first thought like Paul Atreides from Dune, maybe? Is this Dune? Yeah, I said it first. Yeah, you got it? Yeah. I haven't actually read Dune. I watched the movie from the 80s, the one that had Patrick Stewart and Sting in it. I watched it not too long ago, actually. My brother's read Dune. He says it's a really good book. Sometimes I feel like do I have it on? I don't think I have Dune on my shelf here. I don't know. Wouldn't mind reading it sometime, I guess. I haven't really read any books lately. I've been sitting like partway through Sorcery by Terry Pratchett, and I've been meaning to get back to that for months, but I've been caught up like writing Turquoise. That's sort of consumed me lately, so I haven't really been doing any reading. Book is extremely good. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. 80s movie takes many liberties, but is good. Yeah. Fair. The new movie is also very good and is more faithful to the book. So I hear. Yeah. Yes, excellent choice. Yeah. Yeah. No. I hear good things about it, and it's yeah. From what I hear, the new movie it tries to adapt some of the weirder aspects of it that the first movie didn't try to adapt. I guess, as you say, the 80s movie took liberties with it. Anyway, that's so I hear. Anyway, moving right along. But instead of just restoring status quo, Paul is actually in charge of everything. He's become the most powerful political ruler of the setting, and not just that, but also some kind of god or messiah, with an army of fanatical, unquestioning followers who all basically have superpowers and act as ruthless enforcers. So you're saying he's become the bad guy? Well, not necessarily the bad guy. She didn't have a question mark there. So you're saying he's become the bad guy? Well, not necessarily the bad guy. Period instead of comma? Interesting choice. First movie actually added in some weird lore because David Lynch, baby? Yeah, fair. After all, he doesn't do anything out and out evil by the end of Dune, but at the very least, comma? At the very least, he's become very highly, yeah, I'd put a comma after least. But at the very least, he's become highly questionable. He's issuing grandiose orders and being threatening and egocentric. It's not hard to see him becoming evil. But you realize it's too late to do anything about it. He's become much, much too powerful, and he's far too young to really understand it. And all this with the fact that you're meant to root for him. And he hasn't really done anything wrong. That's why it's a hero deconstruction. I think it's partially about how dangerous it can be, really empathizing with someone and rooting for their cause, because people can end up in strange places when they're viewed as heroes. Interesting. Very interesting. There's probably a lot that I can say about that, but I do need to be conscious of the time. I'm nearly 2 hours into this, and yeah. I started later than I intended to, so I'm going to move on. After I read this comment here, Yuri talking about how it's a problem when someone has absolute power. Yeah. Making pretty reasonable progress? Cool. Yeah. Something, absolute power corrupts absolutely. Anyway. Places from which it's easy for them to become villains. I think that's what Paul's story is all about. It's a cautionary tale. I think I understand you now. I guess I'd say you don't think it. I guess I'd say you don't think it's a deconstruction so much as like a hyper construction or something. Paul does the hero's journey so hard he becomes way too much of a hero, like dangerously heroic. Something like that. Yes. Okay, that's enough of whatever you're talking about. We have a club to get to today. I think everybody's ready to get started. Wait, when did Monica come in? Yes, I think so. If MC is done with cleaning, that is. Ah, MC cleaned up. What a gentleman. Yeah, it was a big mess in here. It definitely needed straightening out. And a few of the desks needed freshman gunk wiped off of them. Do I want to know what that is? Anyway, in before Monica comes in with that sprite from Doki Doki Salvation, where she has bags under her eyes or something. Anyway, freshman gunk. I simultaneously love and hate that I know exactly what you mean. Freshman gunk is just re-kissing her girlfriend in the back of the class. Just kidding. Yeah. Well, shall we get started? I'm sure you all wrote some lovely poems this week. The assignment was to write about some kind of intangible feeling. So let's begin. Really? No volunteers today? Seriously, Monica hasn't had a single line, not even a hello? Where is she? Seriously? Wait a second. Oh. Did that I'm just I have there's some really uncomfortable implications with this. I mean, you know, there was the whole escape plan 2 thing, and you know, like Monica wanting to originally wanting to remove herself in a way that didn't disturb anyone else. And you know, I mean, Yuri did make the comment that she was her experiment was trying to recreate the conditions of the original game. And hey, you know, in the original game, after Sayori got deleted, the story, the game basically rewrote its own story so that Sayori was never existed, and like it starts with MC going, "Meanwhile, I've always gone to school alone." So I kind of wonder if something like that is going on, and like Monica has somehow been erased from the story. But Yuri was the only one. Yuri is the one with the presidential powers. I mean, so like, did Yuri intentionally do something to Monica, or was there some kind of accident? Like Monica, I mean, sorry, Yuri having the presidential power theoretically should be aware of everything, and therefore, if Monica was gone or missing, Yuri should be aware of that. If no one, even if no one else is, like even if Monica has been like erased from everyone, you know, no spoilers. I'm just sort of puzzling things out. Whose Monica are we talking about here? Yeah. Anyway, let's just move on. Really, no volunteers today? Well, then I'll volunteer MC to get his out of the way first. Alright, but mine's not that good. He all winked out of existence again. Pride. It flares suddenly, like the sun beaming out from your heart. It doesn't have to do with you, though you may have played a part. It's more about them and what they've achieved. And how, when you see them, you cheer, you believe. You want them to succeed more than anything else. Though you may have helped them, it's they who've done well. MC writes about gay pride based, haha, yeah. I've already forgotten what the prompt was. I think, didn't Monica say like she gave the prompt? It was something about it was something that Yuri expressed that she, or they said that it would be easy for Yuri, like they were talking about an abstract concept or something. Compliance? Yeah, yeah. Write about an intangible feeling. That's what it was, yeah. Yeah, something abstract. Something intangible. Then what they've achieved, when you see them each year, you believe. Yeah. That's sweet. Moving on. Sometimes I feel like your poems are a little too upfront with their premise. Maybe it's just me, but I always want to be a little thought-provoking and challenge the reader. Give them a puzzle to figure out. In this one, you've definitely given away the game with the title of the poem. Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, there's that. The actual poem is really good and describes the feeling of pride very well. But I wonder if it could have had a different title. And considering that earlier on in the mod in this session, MC had that thought that Yuri felt irritated about how Yuri is a little abrasive in expressing her criticism. He looks pissed. Why? Well, I mean, throughout season 1 and 2, he gets angry eyebrows a lot. So I don't know if he's actually pissed or if this is sort of his. I don't know. I've commented on it before. I feel like Dev is sort of overdoes his angry eyebrows. Resting bitch face. Yeah. Oh well. I wonder if it could have had a different title. I mean, yeah, it could be more obscure, but keep in mind it's Yuri saying that. She thinks most poems aren't obscure or abstract enough. But yeah, maybe a different title would spice it up a little. So went from talking about Dune to talking about spice. How about that? He doesn't have a good neutral expression. Is that true? I mean, I don't know. In Storm, I thought his neutral expression with with the arched eyebrows looked fine as a neutral expression. I think it looks better than the slanted angry eyebrows. Like eyebrows that are slanted like this, they just look angry. I mean, there's a reason that Natsuki's eyebrows always look like that, because like her default expression, she's the one with the resting bitch face. Obviously has spice in the mind, yeah. Amputee expression is good, but I'm not using amputee MC here. Oh, okay. Yeah, fair enough. Anyway, moving on. Couldn't be worse than the title of the poem about chicken. Oh, wait. Poem about chicken. Which poem is he referring to now? Anyway, I actually really like the title of that one. Anyway, I like the actual poem here, title aside. The soft rhyming is really nice. It really helps with feeling the rhythm of it. Thanks. Sayori, any feedback for MC? This is a hard one to give feedback on. I might have too much personal investment, but it makes me feel really happy. Alright. How about you go next then? Okay. Yeah, sorry, I'm hesitating a lot because I'm still feeling unsettled about the lack of Monica. I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop. There's I mean, I know the whole point of the scene is that everyone is carrying on as normal and they're perfectly fine and happy and like totally oblivious to the lack of Monica, and that's sort of the point. It's sort of this creeping, unsettling feeling. I don't know if you want to call it horror, but I mean, it is sort of a kind of horror to have that creeping, that creeping, unsettling feeling of everyone seems fine with it, but there's even though there's something clearly wrong. Kind of randomly reminds me of Trilby's Notes, that freeware game by Ben Yancey Croshaw, the part of the show series. That has a lot of that theme where Trilby the character is aware that something very wrong is going on and everyone around him is acting totally oblivious to it. Because it was buggy at first, now I'm committed to using this version. Okay. You're referring to the misaligned the misaligned images. Or no, that was just for the casual outfit, I think. Anyway, talk a lot of shit about DLC mods for not knowing what really makes good horror and conflating it with gore and violence. Yeah. The misaligned MC sprite is fixed now, thanks to you. Oh, I mean, you're welcome. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Yeah, conflating horror with gore and violence. Yeah, arguably Storm kind of leaned into the gore and violence and jump scares a bit, but I also like to think I put at least some sense of creeping horror in there. Like I've gotten complimented on the scene at the end of Act 1 where Monica is talking to Yuri, and there is this big sense of, oh crap, what is Monica thinking? What is she doing? What's going on here? And Yuri is totally oblivious to to the fact that Monica isn't is being suspiciously friendly, and or or like the scene where Yuri's mind comes back, for that matter, and experiences the full horror of like what's going on, why did I do this, what's happening to me, and like why am I losing my mind and stuff. And I mean I like you know what I mean, like I like to think that I at least put a bit of proper horror in there, even though I tried not to lean too much on the you know, like the cheap horror of like gore and violence and jump scares and stuff. I don't know. Anyway, moving right along. That was good. Cool. Thanks. Yeah. I've watched a bunch of LPs of Storm. I'm actually in the middle of watching another one now, which was just posted a month ago. And I'm finding and this might be, just be a general thing about like my writing style evolving, and I dare say improving over time. That I'm not as happy with Storm as I used to be. Like the whole, I mean, there is a bit of there's a fair bit of Act 1 syndrome in there, and as much as I tried to mitigate it, I still feel like there are too many lines where Yuri is just reacting to what's happening in front of her and not being an active agent in her story. Or I tried too hard. Like how do I say this? It tries too hard to have like internal monologue lines that justify her actions or words, instead of letting like the dialogue speak for itself, I guess. Like I'm trying, and part of that was deliberate when I wrote it, because after writing TLC and Sayori Says No to Suicide, stories which are told from MC's perspective, I wanted to make Yuri's voice very different. I wanted to make her internal monologue very different, and one of those ways to make her different is to make her very verbose, and not just in the sense of using long words, but just overly. Oh, you probably heard that notification sound. Yeah, that's my brother again. I'm streaming, and your notification sound showed up in the stream. Smiley face. There you go. Anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, my tastes, I guess, evolved over time. Um, and Yeah, I'm a lot less happy with True Literature Club than I was, 5 years ago when I made it. You know, I'm not. That doesn't mean I'm going to take it down or anything. I mean, plenty of people have said it's their favorite mod, which I find very flattering, and I don't want to take that away from people, but it's like, yeah, I'm not as happy with it as I once was. I've commented about the issues I've had with that, and I guess I feel like I'm starting to feel that way about Storm as well. I like watching someone else play it. I'm sort of feeling like yeah. I mean, there's still a lot about it that I like, and makes a lot of good, strong choices and stuff. But um, like I'm sort of feeling now like it could have done with another round of editing. It did go through some significant editing processes when I was uh, when I was writing it, and I cut significant chunks of it out, and I'm looking at it again, and feeling like, this could have been cleaned up some more. I mean, even at the time I released, I was like, I'm not 100% sure if this needs, I need to cut more stuff out of it. So just so it doesn't drag too much. Yeah, I don't know. I hope to improve that in Turquoise. For one thing, I'm trying to keep use of the internal monologue to a minimum. Eagle-eyed viewers/players may have noticed that in my last 3 mods, Yuri's New Toy, End of the Literature Club, and Gay Gay Lesbian Club, I completely removed the internal monologue altogether. There's no internal monologue in those mods. It's completely spoken dialogue plus actions depicted through movement on the screen. I didn't go that far in Turquoise, but I am, as much as possible, trying to keep keep it to just dialogue and let the dialogue speak for itself. I think it helps the story move faster, helps it move better. Because as much as I like Yuri's characterization, as like her mind is always active and she's like talking through things, and they're I mean, I think there are a lot of moments in Storms where I think that works really well, and she's like overthinking things constantly. But watching someone else play it now, I'm kind of in a state of, again, I think it's just a symptom of my taste evolving. I'm kind of like, this is starting to feel like it's dragging a bit here. This could have been tightened up. Oh well. This is another long rambling tangent. Apologies. Let's read this poem now. Take deep breaths. Back in ancient times, all you had was a fire and a cave and maybe a spear, but you're lost away from your cave. You don't have any fire or your spear, but you've sprained your ankle and it's pitch dark in the woods and you can hear them coming for you, searching for you, the predators. Your heart beats fast. You know you can't scream, but you feel you have to run or scream or fight or something, or maybe curl into a ball and wait to die. The only thing is, it's not ancient times. It's now. You're safe at home, and there aren't any predators. Ooh, there you go. It's yeah. I mean that neatly encapsulates the problems with having a fight or flight response in everyday life. Because yeah, I mean, feeling stressed out from day-to-day life, from work or whatever, it triggers it tends to trigger the fight or flight response, like the same as if you were in ancient times and had to fight off I don't know, mountain lion or something. Or I don't know, that's the first thing that came to mind. Sayori is very healthy, yeah, of course. But Yeah, no, like having that response even when there's yeah, nothing happening is just sort of part of the problem. Anyway, neat. Moving right along. Well, that certainly gets his point across. I take it this is about your depression. Well, not exactly. I mean, it kind of is. But it's more about a particular part of it. Like, sometimes I get these awful, horrible panic attacks that I can't get away from. Oh, interesting. So you're getting panic attacks. You know, DDLC Plus's thing is Yuri is the one that's prone to panic attacks, and Natsuki gets one panic attack. um, I don't know if I should say it. No, I kind of give Monica some panic attacks in Turquoise. That might be a spoiler. Anyway, but I don't know. It's interesting. Sayori saying she's getting panic attacks. What would trigger panic attacks in her? I mean, sort of judging from Dev's hinting meta commentary there, I kind of wonder if it's related to all these conversations that keep happening about relationships and stuff, and she's wondering if that so-called hot burning phase is going to wear off, and maybe she's worried that MC's going to lose interest in her or something. I can imagine that feeding into panic, considering everything she's gone through. Anyway, moving right along. Especially when I'm alone at night. I used to think they happened because I did something wrong, but now I just know they're a part of my whole thing. But in a way, that makes them a little scarier, because they're not happening for any reason, or because of anything I did. They're just there. And that kind of makes them alien, I guess? That's why they feel like predators, like something outside of me hunting me. That must be horrifying. You get used to it, believe it or not. I actually kind of prefer this, because I used to blame myself when it would happen, and knowing it's something out of my control that just happens is a little comforting. Hey, that's a, could be a healthy way to frame it. I mean, compared to blaming yourself for it. But yeah, it's still not fun. I like the framing device of making the reader think about prehistoric times. It really helps put them in that dark, panicky mindset. Plus, it helps with the dramatic effect when you pull the rug up from under them at the end and reveal that it was just a normal, safe day at home all along. Yeah, that's what I was going for. It's a different voice than usual for you. I mean, obviously you don't always write poems that have that happy service level sound to them anymore, although you still do sometimes. But there's something else about this poem. It seems heavily influenced by the rest of us somehow. Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, I was thinking that, yeah. I think it was MC who said that it's hard to read all this poetry and not let other people's voices creep into your poetry at all. But enough about me, who's next? I'll go. Poem. How to say it? It's the feeling you get when... ... No, that's too literal. An ant describing the moon. No, that's not even good. Plus, I hate metaphors. Nothing, I'm just sitting here. There has to be something. Something, anything at all. This should not take 2 hours. Oh no. I'm sorry. Poor Natsuki. Yeah, it's heavily influenced by someone or other non-specifically in the club. Yeah. I mean, is that a cheeky reference to Monica there, who isn't present for some reason? Anyway. Is this Natsuki writing about having difficulty writing this poem? I hate metaphors. This should not take 2 hours. I'm sorry, that's funny. Anyway, moving on. Well, that one ended up pretty literal too, didn't it? Yeah, I guess it did. Well, it's a good topic. I wrote a poem about this feeling once. Ah, that's right, you did, didn't you? Sorry about that. I didn't mean to cramp your style. You didn't. Totally different poem. It's a much different style for one thing. And I'd say it gets across the feeling of it much better. I really like the inclusion of some half-baked idea that you then throw away because it sucks. Yeah. I know what that's like. Yeah, probably most of us do. Except for Sayori and Yuri, whose poems just magically come to them with no issues. That is not so. I struggle often with particular phrases. Oh, hey, look, it's pretentious.png again. Often I'll know what I'm trying to say, but my first idea on how to say it does not sound quite right, or doesn't get across the image I want to get across. So yes, sometimes I struggle with exactly the feeling you're describing here. But Sayori doesn't? Right? Well, I mean, I'm not better than you guys at poetry. Stop being so modest. It's really impressive. What is? I've never seen Sayori write a poem that took her longer than like 5 minutes to write. I've watched her write a few of them. She just sits down to write, looks off into the distance for like 3 seconds, and then starts writing really fast. And then a minute or two later, without any pauses, she's finished. And she doesn't change anything, she doesn't even read it to herself. It's just, hey, finished. Her poem from this week probably was the same. It was, I saw it. That all makes it sound like I'm trying to be better than you guys, and I'm not. No one's saying you're trying to be better, Sayo. It's just that you're a poetry genius, and we love you. Aw, wow. Just affection out of nowhere. Yeah. How long did this actually take you to write, Natsuki? This one, like 10, 15 minutes. Well, the one I was trying to write before that, I tried for like 2 hours till I gave up and then wrote this one. What was the feeling you were trying to describe in the first one? Natsuki, no, really, I'm not attuned to it. Yeah. Oh, nothing super interesting, really. I wasn't super invested in it. That's why I switched. Huh. Yeah. Well, time for me to finish up then, I think. Yeah. just driving the point home that Monica just isn't here. No one's even going to acknowledge that she isn't here and is not coming and or anything. Sus, indeed, yeah. And again, you know, presidential powers and all that, she should be aware that Monica is absent. What did Yuri do? What have you done, Yuri? What have you done? Anyway. Skin, brain, reach. By the way, while the poem was fading, again, she had her mouth open still. Still think it looks funny. Anyway. Skin, brain, reach. Where I am is where you will be, and where you are is where I will be. But somehow we will never quite be in precisely the same place. When you speak, I listen. And when I speak, you listen. But that won't be enough for us to share quite the same mind. What I am and what you are defined by barriers. People are their barriers, and you can't bring them down, no matter how much you want to, or they won't be themselves. Skin, brain, reach. That's... Why those particular terms to refer to this concept, though? I mean... People defined by barriers. People are their barriers. Interesting. Like my first impulse is to think, you know, it's again about Natsuki and people referring to her barriers that she puts up. Hey, Slayer Rabbit, welcome to the stream. How's it going? We're in the middle of a rather ominous scene, which is it's playing out normally, but it's ominous for what's not there, or rather, who's not there. What's going on? What's going on is that they're having their club session, and Monica is absent for no explained reason, and nobody's commented on it. And I'm looking at this going, something's wrong, there's something off here. This is very suspicious. Like, and it's, and Yuri's still club president from yesterday's episode, because they take turns being president. So she's president 2 weeks in a row for some reason. So it's like, what's going on here? Did Yuri do something to Monica, or is there some kind of weird accident, or what? If it's about Natsuki putting his skin, is interesting. Ha ha ha. Yeah. Anyway, moving right along. Huh. I think I can at least start to understand this one. Wait, no. I think I'd need to read this a few more times to get it, and then think about it for a while. Good. I've done my job as a poet then. Haha. Maybe she explained that she'll be absent for the day and it's left unknown by the player to give it that ominous feeling. No, I don't buy that for a second. Not the least because there was a pointed reference to the fact that the club was a mess when everyone came in, and it's season 1 and 2 has made it clear that Monica makes a point of cleaning up the room before everyone else arrives. So there's a strong hint that Monica is just weirdly is just absent altogether, and the fact that no one commented on it is suspicious in itself. And I know Dev is sitting there probably either biting their tongue or giggling at, haha, let's see how long it takes for him to figure it out. Did you pay close attention to Yuri when she was describing her experiment? She said, I want to know what things were like when they were experienced by the base game president. I did consider that too. Like the fact that, yeah, sorry, I didn't say that out loud, but I was thinking it. That, like the fact that Monica was the original president, probably mess with that. I am curious. I get the impression you don't do much in the way of messing with game files or whatever, but yeah, all of the character files are still there. MC, Monica, Natsuki, Sayori, and Yuri. I'm sort of also assuming the the world.bat file seems to be unchanged. Mind you, as Yuri expressed, that world.bat file doesn't actually do anything. Anyway. So it's hinted that Yuri's had involvement in her disappearance. Oh no, it's just the way she worded it. It's a very strange way to word that sentence. Yeah. Sure. Don't lead me on here. I want to play this unspoiled, darn it. But no, seriously though, it's I mean, did Yuri? Is this suggesting that Yuri somehow rearranged herself to be the game's base president and in the place of Monica? I mean, if she did do something to Monica, like it's kind of it does raise questions about what are her motivations. I mean, maybe I'm taking too long to try to piece this together. Just look at the clues. I mean, look in yesterday's episode, Yuri wanted to make a point of talking to the player about a variety of topics, much in the same way that Monica did in the season 1 extras. She did allude to Monica's project then. I mean, completely spoiler-free. Yeah. Okay. One of the things that I was wondering was if Yuri actually at any point made any reference to Monica, like called her by name. And yeah, you're right. I mean, she just said to the base game president, not to Monica by name. But yeah, yesterday's episode, like it did end with like Yuri's conversation. She did refer to Monica's project, which I presumed was the project around like breaking the time loop. And it did end with a scene of Monica at home, without presidential powers or whatever. That happened before whatever Yuri did with World.bat. Yeah. Oh yeah, oh yeah, and I considered that too. No, 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 seriously. Um, I considered the possibility I haven't the way my brain works, it moves a lot faster than I can speak, and I consider a lot of things simultaneously, and I don't necessarily say all of them out loud. But yes, I did consider the fact that, or just consider the possibility that whatever became of Monica could have happened before this session started at all. And that, like, the opening scene, you know, MC and Sayori, you know, getting up, getting ready, having their physics conversation, and then Yuri showing up. There wasn't a single mention of Monica in any. I mean, there's no reason for there to be a mention of Monica. But then even when Yuri was alone and talking about other events and stuff, she still didn't refer to Monica by name. So whatever became of Monica could have happened in between episode 1 and episode 2 of this season. Yeah, you're totally on board. Oh yeah, oh yeah. No, yeah, like I'm just like I said, my mind is just kind of churning through all the possibilities. I don't know. Taking too long at this. You know what? I'm gonna take a quick break. I will be right back. I need to use the washroom, and I think I need to grab a snack as well. Just back in center. And I'm back again. Yeah, I was continuing to think about it while I was up. Really, I don't have I just don't have enough information to form like concrete theory or anything. Um, you know, just going by Dev's leading comments. I mean, I'm thinking about had enough information, it wouldn't be a very very effective horror. Yeah. I mean, yeah, maybe this is Yuri's attempt to make a proper horror mod by dragging it out, because she was so unsatisfied with her horror mod from season 1. But yeah, just considering possible explanations. Anyway, it's not really horror. Everything is fine. I have no idea what you're talking about. Yeah. But like I'm one thing I considered is if Yuri did something to Monica, and then her experiment with the world.bat file may have been related in the sense that she was wondering what she did to Monica. Or what Monica is currently experiencing right now in her whatever state she's in. Because really, I mean, okay, all right, let's just parse our way through this. Like Yuri is okay. She wanted to know, like her World Up experiment, she wanted to know what the club president experiences. That means Yuri herself has not experienced it before. Which suggests that she has memory that somebody else was president before. I guess what I'm trying to like Dev's comment about think carefully about the way Yuri worded it, the club president rather than referring to Monica by name. So it seems to be you seem to be attempting to lead me to suggest that Yuri is not aware that Monica was club president. Because that's one of my questions that I'm internally asking myself is like, how much does Yuri know? Like, whatever. Did Yuri do something to Monica or do something to the game, or is there something else going on? Maybe Monica's project that she was running had some kind of adverse effect somehow. Maybe it was unrelated to anything Yuri did, and therefore Yuri's like totally unaware. But it just raises questions like, okay, if Yuri is unaware, how do I put this? Okay, like there's a definite impression that like the story's been rewritten to exclude Monica, and like everyone in the room is unaware that Monica no longer exists. But the question is Yuri aware? Does she remember Monica? Does she is she aware that she exists? And it's like if so, like is she just pretending? Which is really ominous. It's like raises all kinds of questions like, what the heck are her motives? But on the other hand, if she's not pretending and she also doesn't know, then it raises questions of, okay, well, if everything's been rewritten, Monica's been written out of existence, then what memory is Yuri drawing on? What when she talks about the club president, what club president is she referring to? Like who does she remember being club president who experienced that? I hope I'm making sense. You know what I mean? Like it's I hope I'm explaining myself properly. It's like if her memory's been rewritten and my first thought is okay, like if basically like Yuri's memory's been rewritten and like Monica's been just written out of it and she has no memory of her, does that mean in her mind she's always been president? Like are they existing in some alternate version of the simulation where Yuri has always been present and no one is even aware that anyone else has ever been president? um, but if that's the case, then what was Yuri talking about when she said when she wanted to know what the club president experienced? Who does she think she was referring to? I don't know. So I'm I'm just a little sus about that. It's sort of I mean does you are? I don't even know which sentence that was referring to. Oh, making sense? Okay, yeah. Like I mean, does if in the okay. In the absence of Dev's insistence and spoilers in the chat over here, I know you don't intend them as spoilers, but it's you are making some very leading comments there, Dev. If I didn't have the chat there and was trying to figure this out on my own, I would assume that Yuri being president, has all the knowledge and powers that come with that, and she fully knows what's going on, and is completely aware of Monica and her absence, and she was the culprit, and Yuri herself is the culprit who did something to her for some reason, with motivations unfathomable. Maybe it somehow relates to whatever plan she has for after club, although I mean it could also still just as easily be a meeting with Natsuki, since Natsuki also has planned to do something after school, or after club. But what am I trying to say here? Yeah, like that sort of there does seem to be a sort of natural assumption that there is something that Yuri did that to in relation to Monica. Although the way you're commenting about but what about the wording she used before the edits to world.bat yada yada yada, that sort of seems to be an attempt to lead me to believe that maybe Yuri isn't aware of what's going on as it appears. But whatever. I'm going to move on, because otherwise I'll be here forever. Good, I've done my job as poet then. Something about how people will always be separated in a way feels lonely. I'd say that feeling is certainly getting to the heart of what I am going for. I think I'm understanding the feeling everyone else gets with your poems. The feeling that something meaningful is being described, but that it's slightly out of reach. In particular here, I'm not quite getting the title. The title is related to the primary theme of the poem. Oh, I see. Quite helpful. Of course. No, but I'd rather you all just think about it. Yeah, I mean, Yuri would. Well, if that's it, then let's go ahead and move on to the emails, maybe. Are we not going to have any free time? Of course we'll have free time. Let's just do it after emails. Can you bring up the first one? Sure. Doing emails without Monica present. That's a bold move, Deb. It's not the first time I did that too. I mean, considering the fact that Like the email section of this mod is always functioned as a sort of separate bubble thing, separate from everything else going on. It does make it a little weird when one of the club members isn't present. And there's been a few instances of that. Like in season 1, there was one where MC wasn't present. In season 2, there's one where Monica wasn't present. And there's one where Natsuki wasn't present. And here Monica is absent once again. I just have to imagine like all the the mass pillars writing in who want to gush about Monica, like everyone thinks about it. Oh yeah. Historians also historically do not get sapphic poems. Miss Ida, don't worry. Ha 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 ha. Yeah. Dev said F mass players lol. Yeah. Yuri, my next poem is entitled "And They Were Roommates." Yeah. And there was only one bed. But yeah. I'm just imagining what if there's an email which is like gushing about Monica? Are they all gonna react like, who's Monica? Anyway. Damn it. I don't want to spoil my upcoming stuff, but all I'm gonna say is that all this stuff about the story being rewritten and affecting people's memory and stuff, and failing to remember characters and stuff, is a theme that I intended to play on in future works of mine. I'm going to be not any more specific than that. Anyway, moving right along. Dear Literature Club, your school is a Japanese-American hybrid school, right? So does your Japanese-American high do standardized testing? Sincerely, Joshua. P.S. First question is rhetorical. I hate these tests. Yeah, we have really stressful standardized tests. You have to take a standardized test just to get into high school here. Oh, is that so? I think it's the same as your real-world Japan. I've never been a fan of them. Tests of this kind really put immense pressure on students. And they test whether you know facts rather than whether you think well or have a good mind. A lot of students who might be brilliant in the right setting end up doing poorly. I think it's a bad system. And yet, as a teacher, I have to help administer it. Oof. Yeah. Debating about putting a comma after the word yet. And yet, as a teacher, I have to help administer it. I'm leaning toward put a comma there. It's a tough situation. I've never been that upset by the tests. You're only saying that because you always do well in them. That might be so, but I've always found them rather simple. Like Miss Ida says, it's a test of what you know, not necessarily how you think. So you just have to know the right things. It's a lot harder for most of us to just know things easily in the way you do, Yuri. Yes, there's probably a lot of truth to what Miss Ida says. It tests only for a certain kind of intelligence. But really, there are many different kinds of intelligence. And it is regrettable that standardized testing can deny opportunities to people who would be otherwise deserving. Thanks for the question, Josh. Let's do the next one. Yeah. Yeah, I did want to also say, regarding all the other Yuri, Monica stuff and things, that if it's true that everyone's memories have been rewritten to, like, Yuri has always been president, then that makes MC's internal monologue hit a little differently, talking about how Yuri approaches people, and like communicating her ideas and so on. Anyway, moving on. Triangle wheel. Interesting dark theme here. Also related to a later email, I would recommend Celeste to the LC. Celeste, I'm presuming the game. It's a puzzle platformer. It's a fun game. It has it's the kind of game which is it's as difficult as you want to make it. Basically, like it, if you just want to go straight to the finish, it's not too hard. But there are like a buttload of optional challenges with punishing degrees of difficulty in some of them. And I'm heard that the protagonist is supposed to be trans, although that's uh, uh, um, I don't think it's actually expressed explicitly in the text, but there is a lot of subtext about it, about her, her sort of her dual nature and her internal struggles and so on. She has a trans flag in her room. Okay. I have to, I guess I have to play the game. It's been a while since I played Celeste. Anyway, think devs confirm she's trans. Yeah. Oh, that's what I've heard. Yeah. Anyway, here we go. I would recommend Celeste to the Literature Club. It has a few different that make it interesting. It's a platformer and a difficult one, but for some reason you can't really let it go. And trust me on this one, MC. I'm not a platformer guy either, and I loved it. First day I bought it, I spent 12 hours straight, save for bathroom and meal breaks, playing through the game to the end. Oh, really? Wow, that's dedication. Well, technically, there's still an after story bit that I haven't unlocked, but the main game. It's also story-driven and follows your character as they climb Celeste Mountain. It's a strange mountain, though. It doesn't always seem to obey the laws of the natural world up there. The character even sees other sides of themselves given flesh and form, even levels with 300 plus deaths. The experience was breathtaking and it always seemed to be worth it. It also has an amazing soundtrack. It has a fantastic soundtrack. I have the playlist of the soundtrack bookmarked. I've listened through it a few times. It's good stuff. Anyway, currently waiting until I forget the details so I can go back and play it again. Also for Yuri, another story-driven game you might like is the Bastion. It's founded off of a very interesting concept. You're mostly just watching the story unfold, but hot damn, it was a ride. I really don't want to spoil anything here, but if you decide to look it up, I can't stop you. Sayori, try playing Hand Simulator with the Literature Club. Hand Simulator? Okay. Yeah, yeah, never heard of that one. I vaguely aware of Bastion. I couldn't say what it's about. One more for Yuri. Actually, this one is a mobile game as far as I know. Honestly, not sure if I fully grasp what's going on there, but it does have some horror aspects, not jump scares or anything, just things that seem out of place and things that are downright disturbing. Anyway, the Bluebird of Happiness. Follow the phone and see where it goes. Bluebird of Happiness. Follow the phone and see where it goes. What does that mean? That's right, I'm confirming that the Celeste MC is trans. Yeah, sure. No manga emails yet. Yeah, I mean, I have a sneaking suspicion that these emails are about to, they're going to have been deliberately cultivated to exclude references to Monica. So I don't think we're going to get significant story beats like them seeing the name Monica and wondering, Monica, what? Who's Monica? Like within the email section, which is up to this point in the mod has been an isolated section. Anyway, moving on. Oh yeah, this one came from a YouTube comment. I never heard of Hand Simulator, but I'll try it. Yeah, it's kind of a QWOP-like game, QWOP. Don't know what that means. Q. Okay, I'm curious. QWOP game? Okay, so QWOP is... Oh, okay. So it is actually a game. Oh, it's made by Bennett Foddy? Okay. I mean, he's the guy who made Getting Over It with Bennett Foddy, world's most frustrating game. So, okay, I can already see where this is going. But, yeah, okay, yeah, and the game is called Hand Simulator, so yeah, I can already see where this is going. Basically, you're trying to control Someone with some control a character with really weird controls is what it sounds like. Was co-op after your time as an old Flash game with janky controls? Yeah, I get that sort of format, like the deliberately janky controls, and the challenge is working, wrapping your head around the janky controls. Yeah, same as getting over it with Bennett Body for that matter. Questionable work of progress, haha. Buttons being QW and OP keys, yeah. This is Bennett Body's first breakout hit. Okay, he learned it was made by getting over a guy though. Yeah, neat. Okay, anyway, public game. I don't really know what that means. It means that you have to manually accomplish really basic tasks like walking or picking something up, and usually it's really hard to do so. That's where the fun of the game comes in. Yeah, so things like Octodad. I haven't played Octodad, but I hear that's what it's like. Like where you're secretly an octopus trying to blend in with human society. So and you have different controls for each of your 8 arms. So, and you have to move them around without arousing suspicion. Or Surgeon Simulator is like that too. It's Surgeon Simulator is what it sounds like. It's a co-op like, but you're trying to do surgery on someone. It's dark. It's messy. No, you're a very normal human dad. He's just very clumsy. Haha. He's in no way an octopus in a suit. Yeah. Anyway, moving on. I don't get why that would be fun. Well, we'll have to play sometime and you can see what all the fuss is about. What about you, MC? Gonna finally play Celeste? She's been trying to get him to play. I can see that. I really don't enjoy platformers. I mean, it's not just that I'm not a platforming guy. I actually dislike platformers. But the story... Are you really recommending this? Like, if I play this and I hate it, I'm probably not going to play a Natsuki platformer recommendation ever again. If you really insist and want to take your shot on this one, I do. Play it. Really? I mean, with stakes like that, with stakes of... You really insist and take your shot with this one? I wouldn't pick Celeste for that. I mean, Celeste is a bit of a frustration game. I mean, at least if you're trying to go for like full completion, because like there's some super tough challenges in there, and you can, it's the kind of thing where you can easily die. Like as this person says, you can die 300 times in one level. Natsuki's confident indeed. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, if I was gonna suggest a platformer to help someone get into platforming games, I would suggest something like Hollow Knight, for instance. That's a really nice platformer, like Metroidvania thing. Well, I mean, maybe not so much a platformer, really. I guess it has platforming sections. Celeste is more of a platform. I don't know. Now we're getting into the weeds, talking about what's the definition of a platformer. Oh well. Anyway, Natsuki's confident indeed. I do. Play it. Trust me and the commenter. It's a can't miss, even if you don't like platformers. Well, all right. I've never heard of this game. But then, I've never heard of a lot of games. It looks like there's more than one game with that name. I'm assuming you mean the weird mystery puzzle horror one that looks to be a phone app. I will try it. Thank you for the recommendation. Okay, I think we're on to the 3rd email now. Who is the most and least say-so in the literature club? MC guy or Mick guy? Yeah. Yeah, I think this is a meme reference. I'm not getting. I've seen that word in reference to some meme. I don't know what it means. Anyway, well, first we probably should explain the Japanese. Seiso means like pure and wholesome, neat and clean. Yeah, Seiso is a Japanese word basically meaning wholesome. Okay, yeah, fair enough. Or maybe like proper. It's kind of difficult because in some ways each of us is pretty say-so, but in other ways we're not. Yeah, good way to say it. I would put a comma after difficult. It's kind of difficult. Yeah, I put a comma after difficult. Kind of difficult. Yeah, because without the comma there, it's kind of difficult because, yeah, it feels weird without a comma there. Moving on. But I think overall, MC is the most say-so, and I'm the least. Wait, really? I mean, it's sort of hinted at, like, throughout season 2, like, Sayori's been kind of trying to get MC into bed with her the whole time, so, incidentally, there's still never any confirmation whether or not Sayori planned the whole thing where she and MC got trapped in the closet. Like, that was never confirmed. I mean, the fact that both of their phones were left outside the room is a bit suspicious. There's a lot suspicious about it, really. Sayori's got them raging hormones. Yeah, seriously. I mean... Anyway, moving on. You, being the least, hardly, although MC is a good candidate for being the most, along with you. Still, overall, I'd say most is Sayori and least is Natsuki. Yes, obviously I'm the least, but most is obviously MC. He's such a gentleman. MC, what about you? Well, most is definitely Sayori. Oh yeah? Everyone's saying, like, Sayori is most, or, Sayori or MC is most. And Sayori's saying that she's the least. The least wholesome. I mean, like, I guess it depends how you, like, using words like pure, wholesome, neat, clean, proper. Like, maybe she's, like, either, okay, maybe she's just being too hard on herself, the whole depression thing, or maybe she's focusing on the neat and clean aspect of it, and talking about, just basically thinks that she's really messy, like, her disheveled uniform and messy room and so on. Or she could be talking about her dirty mind and dirty mind, obsessing with sexy times or whatever. So Kenzo, here's $40. Need you to prop a chair against this door at 5:30 p.m. exactly. Ha ha ha. Yeah. So she wants her cinnamon bun iced. Okay, moving right along. Most is definitely Sayori, but at least, yeah, I'd have to agree with Yuri and say at least as you, Natsuki. You swear too much to be say-so. Look, sometimes that's the only way to get a point across. So, Miss Ida, what's your opinion? I can never compare my students in such a way. My job as a teacher is to support and lift you all up equally. Wait, Miss Ida is way more say-so than any of us. Yeah, could be. She is the true Literature Club say-so champion. I am forced to agree. She is pretty say-so. I don't know, MC is pretty say-so, but yeah, Miss Ida is more. I'm not sure whether to be embarrassed or flattered. Both, probably. Let's bring up the next one. Hi, this question is for Miss Ida. What made you want to be a chemistry teacher instead of a chemistry researcher or something like that? Oh, is that all? Well, it's a long story. I won't bore you with the details of my own personal journey. One big problem is that I found out the people who do frontline chemistry research are usually doing it for huge profits. Yeah. Especially in the biochem industry, working on medicines. It's kind of all about the money there, I guess, and I was more into the chemistry than I was into the money. I thought about trying to be a more theoretical researcher, but it's really hard to get a job like that. Even getting into a decent postgrad program is really hard, let alone getting your doctorate and then getting tenure somewhere. I'm reasonably smart, but I don't think I'm that smart. In the end, I'm just passionate about the subject without really being a genius about it. And the job that lets me really make use of that passion on a day-to-day basis is this one. Plus, I think that's where me being a really huge enthusiastic nerd about chemistry really helps the most, Because when a teacher is genuinely excited about the material, that makes it more likely for students to be. Yeah, it makes sense. So hopefully So hopefully I think I'm doing the best I can right where I am. I'd put a comma after hopefully. Oh, okay, a comma after hopefully and comma after think. So hopefully I think I'm doing the best I can right where I am. Yeah, without the commas it reads weird. So hopefully I think I'm doing the best I can right where I am. Yeah. I mean, unless you want to like reword this altogether, but like the way it's currently worded, it feels like it needs a couple of commas. So so wow. Excuse me. Excuse me again. So hopefully, yeah, I'm just coming out as a croak right now. I can't. It's doing the voices. It's trying to do the voices constantly. Just a minute. I will be right back. Yeah, so I just wanted to get more water and do a bit of throat clearing with the mic off. Honestly, I think a lot of the roughness of my voice comes from just being tired. Because I didn't. Getting up early-ish, or early for me, I guess. I didn't get a lot of sleep last night, so I didn't get much of a chance to rest in between streams, and I'm doing a lot of talking. After doing like 5 hours straight of talking during yesterday's stream. Excuse me. So yeah, anyway. So hopefully I think I'm doing the best I can right where I am. Thanks for the question for me, that was a good one. Okay, one more. Yeah, so no reference to Monica here. Except, did Monica help with writing a Natsuki quest? Yeah. Anyway, I think that Sayori is the right person to ask for this. Wink, wink. How long did it take to make Natsuki quest? Was it hard? It was a lot of fun. Thanks for making it. Sorry if my English is not good. It is not my main language. Love you all, Caden. Oh, man, good question. First of all, your English is great. It's very standard and not colloquial yet, but it's very standard and not colloquial yet, but it's very fluent and I understand you perfectly. Sayori using big words like colloquial. How about that? Yeah, it took me a long time to make Natsuki quest. Sorry, okay, here we go. Like months and months. I think maybe 3 or 4 months altogether. It was a long process. Fortunately, I put a comma after fortunately. Fortunately, I had a lot of help. Yeah, I know, it's not a big deal. Fortunately, I had a lot of help because there were a lot of things I didn't understand how to do. And I made some silly choices, like having custom dialogue options for every single possible interaction in the game. Yeah. Instead of generic lines like, I can't use these things together. Man, that was worth it. Really helped deliver the authentic Natsuki experience. Really? Yeah. Really felt like being inside my head. Especially with some dumb person there telling me to throw food in the ceiling or whatever. It did. I mean, it did. It did feel like Natsuki. It was very well written. I like those little asides. All the joke options and so on. Natsuki's responses to them. Just took that long to make? Yeah. 3 months is how long it took to make Natsuki Quest IRL. I mean, I assume that's what you mean. But honestly, like, I mean, 3 months that's a that's a pretty good time for something as complex and in depth as Natsuki Quest. Honestly, I mean, like just figuring out all those interactions, like, yeah, there's a lot in there. I mean, I'm just thinking back on my other modding experiences. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, just thinking like TLC. How long did that take to make? I guess it. I mean, I guess it took a few months, roughly. Like Sayori says that Suicide came together in like a month. It was one that I just I put that one together very quickly. Partly because it was sort of rattling in my head the whole time. Like even while making TLC, like it was something I had the idea of doing, but it was already in there in there before I started writing it. Me 1 month of that was setting it up technically. Yeah, 2 months was writing all the interactions. Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, yeah, writing is a slow part, at least for me. I have turquoise all written, by the way. So if anything further comes up, which seems that it ends up looking like it's a theme that's touched on in turquoise, I swear I wrote it before I read it here. I mean, okay. I already had all of the ideas for the story before I started playing. I mean, the story for Turquoise before I started playing this. In any case, so anyway, enough about that. Moving on. As there was some dumb person there telling me to throw food in the ceiling or whatever. Well, good. I'm glad you liked it. You didn't mind all the shipping stuff? Shipping stuff? Oh, the shipping Natsuki with Yuri, you mean? I mean, it's sort of, it was sort of implied, but anyway. Look, I just expect that from you now. It's the new normal. I barely even notice it. Oof. Using the phrase new normal in post-pandemic times. I'm just glad you thought it sounded like you. It totally did. Well, that's all the usual stuff done. Free time now? Yeah, free time. Well, I think I'm going to head home early then and leave you guys to it. Lot to prep for tomorrow. Try to stay out of trouble, okay? We will. Bye, guys. Man, she seems tired these days. Don't tell her that directly. I know. Anyway, do what you want for the rest of free time, I guess. Is this Sayori giving a command as vice president? Oh, I was waiting for the line. I guess not. I guess the vice president just suggested it this time. I don't know. We're really experienced with people hiding their feelings around here, you know? Yes, indeed. And I think Miss Ida is definitely not feeling too great recently. She seems down. She always seems tired. Oh, comma splice. That could be a semicolon or period. I agree. I wonder what it is. I wish we could help. But what could we do? She doesn't like to let us in too much into her personal life. Let us in too much to her personal life. Too much into her personal life, perhaps? I think would read better. She doesn't like it to let us in too much into her personal in too much to her personal life. I don't know. This reads weird. And Spooky Waters is here. The vice president of the Literature Club, Shishwing, recommends it. Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm gonna move the chat back. doesn't like to let us in too much to her personal life. Yeah, that just reads weird. Too much into her personal life. I think that reads better. Anyway, moving on. With Sayori, with with Sayori she does, yeah. With Sayori, comma, she does a little. I would put a comma after Sayori. That's because Sayori never leaves her alone about it. I'm not sure it helps though. She likes to be kind of private. She does. Again, I'm not sure if this is a problem properly within our purview. It's Natsuki blushing for. What? Did you do that on purpose? Do what on purpose? Problem. Yeah. Do what? The alliteration. A problem properly within our purview. And no, look at Natsuki using the big words. Alliteration. You know, the three P words. Alliteration is a good thing. Anyway. No, that's just how I happen to say it. like, yeah, typical Tormuse tangent, or what did I say? A trademark Tormuse tangent, I think was the phrase I used before. Anyway, that's just how I happen to say it. I thought so. Anyway, we have a lot of reading to get to. We do. What would you like to start with? Let's start with your novel. That way I can have something to look forward to later. Oh, I thought you said you liked this novel. Sorry, I do. I was just making a joke. I see. Yeah. Anyway, let's get started. Natsuki and Yuri sit by the closet reading a hardback book together. Oh, they're in Natsuki's favorite spot, I see. This part is kind of gruesome. Yes, I don't really think it was necessary to be that terrible. The point of the scene gets across just fine without it. There's another comma splice. That could be a semicolon or period. But yeah, I always take issue when like literary criticism or you know, I guess media criticism in general says whether something is necessary or not. Like like I've seen random example criticisms of like True Literature Club being like, was the Psionica subplot necessary, or was it necessary to make Natsuki trans? And you know, it's like nothing in the story is necessary. It's like that because I wrote it that way. Like that was what I chose to write because I wanted to write a story about that. Or you know, stuff like that. I don't know. Oh wait, more current example. Gay lesbian club. The butt grab in the during the group hug. I got the criticism that was unnecessary. Which I mean, yeah, yes, it was unnecessary. But everything in the story is unnecessary. I did it because I chose to because it seemed like a way to break up the tension of the scene at the time. And it passed review by my playtesters, so it got in there. I mean, in retrospect, you know, further reflection, I said, okay, yeah, you know, maybe this is inappropriate, so I released a new version where I took that out. But I just feel like saying that it's unnecessary is the wrong criticism, you know? It's not about what's necessary or unnecessary, it's just everything is a choice. Like when you're writing a story or making any creative work, really, everything is a choice. And sometimes it's also about the choices you don't make, as well as the choices you do make. So your head can't for that mod chance sounds good as a topic back then. Yeah. Anyway, moving right along. Still, what a mental image. Definitely going to have trouble sleeping tonight. Well, just don't read the revelations of Galaki, and you can avoid this happening to you. I'll definitely try to avoid doing that, then. Smart. So we're seeing... You know, these first two episodes, there are a lot of scenes of Natsuki and Yuri getting cozy here. Anyway, just noting that that is a thing. Anyway, I think I'm going from being terrible at drawing to being only kind of bad at drawing. I don't know. What do you think? Looks good. Well, I guess that reaction means it's not as good as I think. No, it's good. Oh? So, what's this neutral reaction from Sayori here? So, what are you working on there? Sayori slides her picture over to MC. It is a crudely drawn self-portrait? And the music just stopped ominously. Crudely drawn self-portrait. Why would that be unsettling to the point of needing to stop the music? Is this going to be like the happy thoughts image or something? In the picture, Sayori is expressionless, staring straight ahead with a blank look on her face. I see. Are you doing all right? Do you remember a couple of fake school years ago, before we were going out, when you stopped me outside my house and asked me to take care of myself? A couple of fake school years ago. So, if we're considering each season to be 1 year, then are we talking about before the base game started? Or are we talking about season 1? Sayori means episode 1? Okay. Alright, fair enough. Yes. And you remember how I basically tried to avoid saying no directly, and then you were sad for a while after that? I remember. One day while you were sad during club, you were sitting apart from everyone and drawing a picture. Then you threw the picture away. Do you remember that? How do you... never mind that. Do you remember? Yes, I remember. What were you drawing? It's pretty cringy. I'm kind of reluctant to talk about it. Oh. Come on, you can tell me. I'm your girlfriend. Yeah, that's true. Well, it was me crying. Oh, oof. Man, what kind of mental state does someone have to be in to draw a self-portrait of themselves crying? Sorry, I just realized I missed a comment here. Don't read the revelations of Galaki. Good life advice. Okay. I'll keep that in mind. I felt really bad, and somehow I just felt like I needed to draw it. Yeah, I understand. That's why I drew this. I mean, the fact that Sayori asked about that picture specifically suggests that she already knew what MC's picture was, even though despite asking. But anyway, MC examines Sayori's drawing some more. You feel blank? So blank that you feel compelled to draw it? Yes. I'm sorry. It happens. To me. Do you want to talk about it? Not really. It's just the way I am right now. Okay. Again, running themes. I mean, we had that conversation between Sayori and Yuri, like in the bookstore, and then on the roof, where she's talking about just staring at blank walls or staring at the ceiling. And then there was the interaction while they were like getting breakfast in the morning. They were talking about her emotional state and how she is. I don't know, sorry, I'm just going to move on. Sarah and MC are walking home in silence. Time for me to head in now. Okay. I love you. I love you too. Wait. Yeah? Are you okay? Yeah, I'm okay. You know, I always worry about you when you feel bad. I wasn't trying to hide that from you, but I'll be alright. Don't worry about me. Don't worry about me worrying, okay? You don't want to end up in some kind of weird infinite worry loop. Take care of yourself, okay, bun? I'll be fine. And call me if you need anything. Thank you. I will. MC gets out his phone. You have a minute? One sec. Yeah, he's texting Natsuki? Natsuki will do it while she's doing her mysterious thing that's after club that she could not get out of. That she had to ditch her friends for? So, can we meet up to talk about a thing? Ah, why you always gotta meet up? We can't text? Or worse, call? It's a huge bother, that's okay, it's not urgent. But it is a serious thing I'd like to talk to you about in person at some point. Oh, that's ominous. Yeah, we can meet up. I was mostly just joshing you. Is it like a touchy-feely subject we're gonna talk about? Yeah, basically. So, Sayori related then? Yep. You think maybe we should bring Yuri along? She usually has good advice on that kind of thing. Surprised to hear you admit that, but sure. Are you really surprised to admit that at this point? At this point in the story? You know, episode 2 of season 3? I mean, those two have gotten pretty close, and anyway. I mean, Natsuki's had plenty of, you know, flattering and complimentary things to say about Yuri, like, you know, throughout the first 2 seasons. Yeah. I mean, I don't think it's too much of a stretch for Natsuki to admit that she's isn't the best with touchy-feely things. You know, I mean, frankly, touchy-feely things don't strike me as being Natsuki's forte. She's a little more brash, typically. I mean, she ranges between being like really brash and just really closed off and not wanting to admit to her vulnerability or feelings and stuff. So everyone still loves to give her crap about it anytime she's nice to Yuri, though. Okay, fair. Anyway, surprised to hear you admit that, but sure. You gonna text her? Yeah, I'll invite her. Haha. Well, I'll sure dodge that question. Like, the fact that she dodges the question seems to imply, like, well, Yuri's already here with me, maybe. Anyway, KK, where can we meet? How about the jetty walkway down by the water? Okay, not too far away. For that matter, okay, like if they're meeting up right now, the fact that Natsuki suggested bringing Yuri along could also imply that, well, Yuri's actually already here, so so it'd be weird if I don't invite her along. Anyway, okay, not too far away. When? Give me like 30 minutes. Actually, make that 45. Okay. It's like I have to finish. We can do like there's like you looking to Yuri. We can finish this in 15 minutes, right? Anyway. Okay. Finish, you know, whatever they're doing. You know, like sit-ups, I guess. I don't know why that became. Could that be a new running gag? I don't know. Sit-ups was the first thing that came to mind when Yuri and Natsuki were talking about exercise in the yesterday's episode. Very healthy, yeah, indeed. Yeah, you know, just wholesome sit-up exercises. and well, also there's a scene in Turquoise where Monica and Sayori are working out together, and there's a bit where they're doing sit-ups. So that was on my mind. Anyway, moving right along. I wonder where everyone is. Oh, hey guys. Hello, MC. Thanks for coming out. Good idea to come here, Natsuki. It's really soothing. It's really soothing at night, right? Plus, it's roughly equidistant between our neighborhoods. Equidistant. Had to go AFK for a bit. What did I miss? Oh, you missed implied Natsuri, perhaps. Oh, gee, I wonder why Natsuki also invited Yuri. Yeah, no, that was the. Yeah, give me 45 minutes. I have to finish. Yeah, exactly. Roughly equidistant between our neighborhoods. So let's have it. If you dragged us out here, it better be important. Well, I think everything with Sayori is important. Yeah, crank up the adorableness factor, but seriously, what is it? You got the girl through the power of our collective wisdom, and now you need more love advice? No, not exactly. It's not quite so happy. Oh, CG. That's neat. I get Natsuki's arm up like she's in motion. I guess they're walking together along the beach or walking along the waterway anyway. So that's neat. Anyway, well, I don't know. Today Siri had another bad depressive episode. Bad depressive episode. Is it just interesting that he picked up on that just from her looking just blank and neutral? What's this? Isn't that what Siri said to MC? Sorry, which part? Yeah, anyway, moving on. Well, I don't know. Today, Sari had another bad depressive episode. I know that her depression might not ever go away, and I know that she's going to have better days and worse days, but I had thought that at least it would get better, but she still feels so bad, and it's so hard to watch her suffer. I mean, yeah, it's kind of how it is, unfortunately. And so small. She's 4'11", yeah. Accurate height difference, yeah. When it's like that for her, there's nothing I can do to help. I feel completely powerless. But I feel like I have to help because watching her just suffering is the worst. It used to be that I thought I could help her by getting her into professional treatment, but now she is getting professional treatment, so there's nowhere left to go, it feels like. Yeah, that's relatable. I mean, just generally the feeling of wanting to do something, but not there being not anything to do, and just that sort of generalized anxiety that comes with that feeling. Yeah, relatable. Yeah, it's like that feeling of not knowing what the next steps are. Anyway. There's no possible light at the end of the tunnel. There's nothing for me to do other than just resign myself to watching her feel horrible. I'm having a lot of trouble living with that. Do you guys have any advice? You both were helpful. Uh-oh. I think it's like the first real typo, actual extra word added here. I hope you're taking notes, Dev. You both were helpful the last time I was wondering what to do about Sayori. Nice fix, yeah. Of course we were. Not now, Natsuki. Right, so you want to know what to do, or ... question mark? I mean, yeah, basically, what should I do, or how should I feel about this, at least? Yeah, I mean, the tough thing with this sort of situation is there isn't really a specific thing to do, It's like a day-to-day thing, figuring out how to deal with it. Man, it's a rough position to be. It's a rough state to be in, Yeah. Anyway, I mean, it sounds to me like there's nothing you can do. You've already done everything possible. I've seen how you are with her, and I don't believe you'd miss any chance you could to make her feel good about herself. I would not. Yeah. And she's getting treatment and everything. Mm-hmm. Before you proceed, you said you hoped that it would get better. Don't you think it is better? Maybe. How would I know? But yeah, that's the other thing. And I've commented on this before in other stream series, but part of the reason, I'm like many people, I am my own worst critic, and in my private moments, I tend to be really hard on myself, and a lot of that comes from this feeling of I should have done more. And that's like a deadly mindset to get into, because more is a non-specific goal. And if it's really easy to fall into a trap of constantly feeling, oh, I should have done more, I should have done more, I should have done more, and like never reaching a state where I'm actually satisfied with the job I did, you know. And you know, like I said, like that's common for a lot of people. But yeah, like reaching this point of I have done everything I could do, and it's still not enough. That's a rough spot to be in, you know. Anyway, moving on. Maybe, how would I know? Well, before she was in so much pain and fear that she was driven to actual suicide or the brink of suicide multiple times. And even aside from that, she seems to have an objective view of her depression now, wouldn't you say? What do you mean? Tempted to put a period in place of that comma after now. Anyway, what do you mean? Previously, she used to accept the information that occurred to her during a depressive episode as face value true. Yeah. If it felt to her like she was worthless garbage, she believed wholeheartedly that she was worthless garbage. Now she has awareness that she is not, in fact, worthless garbage, and it's just a feeling of worthlessness that she has to endure. She knows now she's not actually worthless. Yeah, I mean that's a step in the right direction. It's like the progression from unconscious incompetence to conscious incompetence, as someone phrased it, and from there you go to conscious competence, and then the best state to be is unconscious competence. Like you just do it right without thinking about it. It's that state between like you're doing it wrong and you don't even realize you're doing it wrong to realizing you're doing it wrong. It's an important step in the process. I mean, that doesn't necessarily apply to mental health. It's just learning things in general, really. Anyway, this is gonna be less. It seems to hurt her less now than when she's like that. It used to seem like it was some outside force attacking her, and she'd just curl up in a ball. Now she knows it's all just in her own mind. I mean, yeah, she still goes all blank and stuff, but I think she's dealing with it in her own way. But it still very clearly hurts her really badly. Yes, it does. As you said, that may never go away. She might be suffering the rest of her life, and you are powerless to get rid of her depression. So what do I do if I can't do anything? How do I feel? Well, how you should feel is accepting of all this. This is just normal for her now. Don't know about the word should, but I mean, yeah. I mean, just understanding, accepting it, and resetting your expectations. I mean, the expectations are the key thing, I think. Huh. You disagree, Natsuki? Well, I don't disagree. I would say that he definitely needs to accept that depression is depression, and Sayori might never be any better than she is now. I don't think he's powerless, exactly. Powerless to get rid of her depression, yes, but not powerless to do anything at all. Yeah, I mean, that's a good way to look at it. What do you mean? Well, the bad stuff is beyond your control, right? Right? So that means the good stuff isn't. So maybe what you do is, when she's in a good headspace, you make those times really good for her, to average it out. I make them as good as I can. I mean, really good, like enough to balance her awful bad feelings when she's depressed. What are you suggesting, Natsuki? Well, I don't know if that's the right way to put it, but yes, Natsuki makes a good point. You can't take away her bad days, but you can give her good days. Not just normal good days, but exceptional days. Days that remind her that life is worth living. Days that will be something to grab onto when she feels lost. Aw. That's actually really sweet way of framing it. That makes a lot of sense. Although I guess I need to figure out what an exceptional day is. Well, that's up to you. You know her the best. You probably should want it to be stuff you guys do together, most of it. Yeah, probably. Hmm. Well, it's gonna be something to think about at least. Yeah. But I have to say, I do really, I do. This is a really nice CG. I mean, like the image of MC, like the confusion and the look and uncertainty and that look of just you know feeling really lost is really well captured here. Um, and I don't know, like there's just something super wholesome of the fact that he turned to Yuri and Natsuki for advice like this. You know, I mean, you know, like something character development. I mean, think back to how MC was in the like original vanilla DDLC when he was just pursuing any girl who comes his way, and it's like, whoa, this club is full of incredibly cute girls, and like he's just seeing surface level things and like wanting to get with them or whatever. And this like this whole thing about him being proactive and saying, hey, this is making me feel really shitty, and I need someone to talk to, and I need advice. And he's turning to two people he trusts the most, that aside from his girlfriend, that he can talk to about it. Since he can't turn to Monica since she doesn't exist, but yeah, I don't know. It's really neat. It's really it shows his character growth, and it's like I said, it's just really sweet and wholesome in a number of levels. Anyway, moving on. Oh, wait, is this like how Jacinth captured Yuri here? The controlled concern. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, the expressions are pretty well done here. Anyway, moving on. Well, it's giving me something to think about at least. Thank you, guys. You're very welcome. I accept payment in the form of baking equipment. Yeah, I'll get right on that. You guys want to start heading back? Yeah, it's getting a little chilly. Okay then. Farewell then, MC. We'll see you soon. Yeah, Yuri, we're not saying... Sorry. Yeah, Yuri, we're not saying goodbye yet. We have to walk all the way back. It's like, is this Yuri tipping her hand too early here, saying like farewell, we'll see you soon, implying that she expected MC to walk away, and then Yuri and Natsuki would still stick around and chat some more, and MC's looking at that going, this is a little sus. Like, what do you mean? Why are you dismissing me? Like, we all came here together. And Natsuki trying to cover it and saying, we're not saying goodbye yet, we have to walk all the way back. It's like Natsuki being like, come on, Yuri, we have to keep up the pretense that we weren't already out when he texted me. And we have to pretend we're walking home now. Anyway. Oh, right, of course, haha, silly of me. Just in a hurry to get back is all. Yeah. That's all for now. Yeah. Well, okay, sorry. I'm gonna wait until after this text here. That's all for now. Don't forget to send in your emails to lit.club.prez.glitchtext@gmail.com. Ooh. One last little stinger there to remind you that Monica was absent. Oh, very nice. Well executed. I was kind of wondering. I mean, again, I didn't say it out loud, but back when we were discussing Monica's absence, I was wondering if there was going to be something that happened which alluded to the fact that Monica was gone, or if it was just going to straight up continue right to the end of the episode and not have a single mention of her. Some player plays this episode first, desperately tries to find the circle of spikes on their keyboard. Haha, yeah. Anyway. Thanks to Jessens Stakes for the Jetty CG. Yeah, it was a nice one, a nice CG. You could create the non-CG background art. Usual credits for other assets can go on the credits file. Click the game download. Thanks for playing club meeting. Oh, a note. What is this? When I move out of here, I'm going to leave a note for the people who live here next. This is one of Monica's poems, isn't it? Or wait, hold on. Maybe I'm thinking something else. I'm going to leave a note for the people who live here next, hidden in a door frame or something, for them to discover when they least expect it, but not one with friendly greetings or a joke. Or a playful game where I tell them to find a coin I've hidden somewhere. A desperate note. I have to explain to them. Everything about me. Everything about my family. Everything about my friends. All the things we know and see. All our feelings and longings and pain and the solutions to all our problems. All the strange and unique ways we perceive the universe. I can't let those things die. We spent too long and worked too hard to become them. The next people have to know. Someone lived here. Miracles happened here, of personality and knowledge and love. I'll bundle it all up, everything we were, and pray that they will understand and carry some of it forward. And then, when they find my note, they'll take a quick look at it and throw it in the trash, uninterested. Other people's lives are so boring, you know? So, yeah, I believe that's Monica's handwriting. It's a poem about an intangible feeling. No, damn it! Let me piece it together. Darn it! No, I was going to say this is the poem that she wrote, which didn't get included during the poem sharing. Feels like an Anunnaki poem due to the ending. Yeah. There is, this week's poems did feel like everyone was getting a little bit of something from other people. Let me mention it. But, yeah. I mean... Yeah, the intention was for them to be influenced by each other poetically over time. Yeah. Mcnowski Stinger is pretty addictive. Haha, yeah. Mcnowski got a little something from Yuri. Hey, you. Haha. Yeah. No, but, I mean, this has a number of implications. I mean, especially when factored into that whole thing about Monica having some project going on. Like, maybe... Like... Monica did make the comment at the end of season 2 that she wanted to see about breaking the time loop, so that leads into the assumption, perhaps, in the readers that or the audience, that maybe that's what the secret project she was working on, but maybe the project was something else. like maybe she removed herself, although. Again, I mean, Yuri had presidential powers for 2 weeks, so how would she have carried out the program if she didn't have those powers? But then again, hey, end of season 1, Monica indicated that she had added a back door into the space room, which didn't require presidential powers to access. So hey, maybe she had some other programming in there, which maybe she had other stuff going on that she programmed in there that she was able to access even without presidential powers. But in that case, if this is something that Monica did to herself, like maybe maybe she did on purpose. That would suggest that she planned it out over the break, because episode 1 of season 3 started with Yuri having presidential powers. So like Monica would have had to have done it, whatever she did before that. Nuski, yeah, I read that. Monica actually had to leave the production and was never recast on a bus time. Yeah, yeah, she was put on a bus. There you go. Because I mean, okay, yeah, like okay, if she did something to herself and it was done as a program that she made before Yuri was made president, then like she would have had to have planned. She would have had to have planned everything out ahead of time. But she still, before going, assigned the she did assign the topic for the poem, and then wrote this poem. Because I'm thinking of, again just right, my mind is going, and it's considering multiple possibilities simultaneously. Because I'm considering whether like one thought that comes to mind is that during the act of writing this poem, okay, hold that thought. I need to use the washroom. I'll be right back. I need to put my thoughts together here. And I'm back again. Okay, alright, okay, so puzzling this out, and again, no spoilers, please. This is me thinking out loud to you know, as an exercise in puzzling things out here. I will say I like what you're going for here, Dev. It's cool. Leaving everything unexplained is a bold choice. I mean, maybe it's premature for me to say leaving everything unexplained. Uh, assuming that this episode ends right after this note. I don't actually know that yet. So I should reserve comment about that particular aspect until I've clicked through this. But I will say, again, continuing to run through possible explanations about what's going on. If Monica did this to herself, it does raise all kinds of questions about like what is her motive, because like season 2 ended on a high note, like like Monica saved Fuyuki's life, saved Miss Ida's life, against all odds and all that, and she got Miss Ida to convince the student council to make concessions for them, so like the literature club is going to get more of a budget. So it's like things are looking up on all fronts, kind of thing from her standpoint, with the possible exception of still can't get any closer to the player and all that. It's I mean. Okay. Like she does have a history of, like, she made the escape plan 2 thing that removed herself from the she intended to remove herself from the game at one time and make it so that like everyone wouldn't care about it. Lobotomize them, so to speak. So I mean, although she has a history of doing that, I was under the impression that everyone collectively reached the conclusion that, hey, this is a bad program to have around and we need to get rid of it, and insisted that she deleted it. Like, could she have remade that or made something similar that just removed her entirely, and just removed their memory of her or whatever? But yeah, like again, like what would be her motivation for doing that if that's the thing that she chose to do? I mean, like the fact that she wrote this poem, like a note when I'm like, okay, the fact that it's called a note. I mean, yes, it is literally about a note being left for the next people who live here, which is most likely metaphorical. How pleasingly meta-referential. Yeah, exactly. I mean, this poem is itself a note being left for the audience at the end of this episode. Pleasingly meta-referential indeed. Like, when she wrote this poem, did she intend this poem to be a note for the audience here and now for us to interpret? Or was this really just her writing her poem intended for a club as usual, and it showed up here for some reason? I mean, I can't imagine it. Like, who knows how the rules of the the game world operates? But I have a feeling, like my feeling, my inkling, my impression, my gut tells me that like this note would not have appeared here unless Monica wanted it to appear here. Is what I'm getting at here. I mean, again, there's also that there's still that running theory that Yuri is somehow responsible for this. It's not clear what her motivations would be either. Although, I mean, at the end of the last episode, she was talking about how she thinks it's unhealthy for Monica to be obsessed with the player. Like, even though I chose the lukewarm dialogue option, like I didn't say that the obsession is bad. Yuri indicated her opinion that, well, actually the obsession is kind of bad. You know, I have difficulty imagining that Yuri would go as far as to do something weird to Monica for the sake of you know, not letting her have that obsession anymore. It doesn't seem like a Yuri thing to do. But yeah, there's just so that question of like what like why would, if it was Monica do this, why would, okay, I guess what I'm saying is like considering the possibilities, weighing the possibility of did Monica do this versus did Yuri do this, I would lean more towards Monica doing this. I mean, like I was gonna say she's the more emotionally volatile one, although I mean that's not the right way to put it. I don't want to say she's the more impulsive one because Yuri can also be impulsive in some ways, like impulsive in the sense of like things like her self harm and so on. Well, shoot, I don't know, I don't know, impulsive in different ways, I guess. Um, I mean, Monica did, delete the game at the end of the game in the original, in vanilla DDLC. She also did write that escape plan 2 thing, and she didn't want to get rid of it when when Yuri confronted her about it. Yeah, I don't know. Like at the end of season 1, Monica did she did talk at length about how irrational her love of the player is. Like she fully acknowledged how irrational it is, but still kind of reveled in it anyway. I don't know. She's aware of it, but like it doesn't make it affect her less emotionally, nonetheless. What am I even trying to say here? Yeah, I don't know. Considering that Monica is the one that set the topic for the poem, it's possible that she had this poem written during the break in between season 2 and season 3, and like she already had everything all planned out, like way ahead of time. I don't know. I guess the only thing I'm certain about in all this is it's if this is something that like Monica did to herself for whatever reason, it's rather sad. It's because she had to have been in a really dark place to allow this to happen, and like it's kind of like it something themes. I made comments about the running themes. I am noticing that there are multiple. Okay, there are multiple plot threads going on, even though there are only 2 episodes of elapsed in the season. There are multiple plot threads that have interwoven themes. I've noticed. Like there's whatever's going on between Yuri and Natsuki. There's Sayori and MC struggling to come to terms with like the relationship or whatever. Miss Ida coming to terms with, well, I mean, she hasn't really talked about coming to terms with the nature of reality and so on, but she did, she's talking about her own troubled romantic history and stuff. And there's, shoot, what am I trying to say? I mean, okay. With all the subplots going on, there are some themes that seem to be interlinking them. I've already drawn attention to a few of them, but one of them, shoot, what am I trying to say here? MC, during his talk with Yuri and Natsuki on the jetty, at the end there with the CG, talking about feeling like he wants to do more, and I talked about that whole theme, that whole notion of you can't make your goal to do more, because then you will never be satisfied. No matter what you do, there will always be that feeling of I must do more. And I couldn't conceive of the possibility that Monica, just coming down from this high of, hey, wow, I saved Fuki from certain death. Hey, wow, I saved Miss Ida from certain death. Hey, wow, I turned the disaster of the student council meeting around and into things are better than ever for the literature club. And like everything, everything is great, but I still don't have what I actually want. And then that could have, that emotional high could have crashed down into this realization of she can never have what she wants, and just not wanting to live with that. Because I live in a work of fiction and I still can't find a date. Yeah. Well, I mean, knowing that she's in a simulation, I sort of imagine would make it harder for her to relate to people who aren't part of the simulation, but what do I know? I mean, I've made plenty of comments about their interactions with the NPCs of the simulation. I don't know, they carry on with it anyway. Yeah, I want to read this. I want to reread this again. A note. When I move out of here, I'm going to leave a note for the people who live here next, hidden in a doorframe or something, for them to discover when they least expect it. But not one with friendly greetings or a joke, or a playful game where I tell them to find a coin I've hidden somewhere. A desperate note. I have to explain to them everything about me, everything about my family, everything about my friends, all the things we know and see, all our feelings and longings and pain, and the solutions to all our problems, and all the strange and unique ways we perceive the universe. I can't let those things die. We spent too long and worked too hard to become them. The next people have to know someone lived here, miracles happened here, of personality and knowledge and love, all blended all up, everything we were, and pray that they will understand and carry some of it forward, and then when they find my note, they'll take a quick look at it and throw it in the trash, uninterested. Other people's lives are so boring, And yeah, like if Monica was in this state of like she's just emotionally crashed and just in a state of realizing that this is the best there is and I'm still miserable, like the best I have is being miserable. I can imagine that like coming back to her escape plan 3 perhaps, just in time for season 3, and then writing this poem here as a desperate note. I have to explain it, like as much as she's It's so sad. No, it's just she's saying like as much as she feels like she wants to die or to cease to exist, um, she still has this feeling like she wants to be remembered by the by the people who she cares about and who care about her. But at the same time, she's left with this feeling of what does it matter? What's the point of leaving anything behind? If they're going to carry on and forget about me anyway, what's the point? And like this poem here is sort of expressing this feeling. It's just some really profound loss here. You know, profound. 122L. It's just like it's like this feeling of the best I can be is miserable. There's nothing to live for. I want to be remembered, but there isn't even any point in that. Like this poem sort of feels like it's just this last bit of grasping at something, grasping at something, some trying to find some meaning in it all, and not finding any meaning. You know, if that makes sense. Um, and hey, like all of this, all of this could be just way off, and maybe there's something completely different going on. Um, that's just the impression I get from this. I'm gonna move on. I'm gonna finally click to the next screen. Let's see what's happening here. Back to the menu. There we go. Save game. Okay. That was a hell of an episode. Yeah. Okay, and now the compliment I said I was reserving for later. Bold choice. Leaving everything up in the air, like no explanation what's going on. Leave the audience guessing, you know? Just man, that's something. That's really something, and it's the kind of thing you can only do in this kind of long form format, weekly or bi-weekly, I guess, episodic format where you can leave people in suspense for weeks. And imagine, can you I'm just imagining the people who going through this for the first time, eagerly awaiting this next episode and going like, I have to wait 2 weeks now to find out what happens. Well, I mean, I have to wait 6 days because that's when I'm gonna play the next episode next Saturday. But yeah, wow, that's really something. I mean, it's obviously from the way my tangents went, it gave me a lot to talk about and a lot to think about. Oh man, okay, yeah. This is probably going to haunt me all week. There's so many dark topics and dark thoughts and emotions surrounding that whole thing. Like again, assuming that this is something that Monica did to herself, because she had to. Again, like the question of what would her motive to do this be, and it would have to be that she would have to have been in this super dark place, which is just really sad. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe next week's episode is gonna there's gonna be an email written to Monica, and they're gonna say, Monica, who's Monica? I don't know. I'm sure we're not going to go through the entirety of season 3 without any further references to Monica. I mean, I know that she was put on a bus as a joke. Like this is not the kind of for the format of this mod, this whole setting and everything, this isn't really the kind of thing where you can just permanently get rid of her and never have a reference to her again. So somehow she's going to have to come back into this. How that is, it remains to be seen. There was never any mention of switching presidents, by the way. It seems that Yuri remained president at the end. So is that just how it's going to be? Like Yuri's going to be president from now on? Monica, where's Monica's dead crab emoji? Wow, this emailer is really enamored with someone named Monica. Anyway, yeah. Yeah. But yeah, seriously, like how does it come back? Like how does she come back? Like some is like Yuri's doing some kind of okay. I mean, the thing with the world.bat establishes that Yuri is doing some kind of experimentation. She has some kind of plan going on. What that plan means or involves or whatever is like, who knows. I haven't ruled out the possibility that Yuri either knows what happened to Monica or I don't know. I mean, hey, for all I know, Monica, turned to Yuri at some point and said, "Hey, I need to talk to you about this. Can you help me with this plan?" I have. I don't know. I have a hard time seeing Yuri going along with that, though. But like this, like maybe like Monica, like if Monica turned to Yuri for help with this and wanted to be removed, and Yuri went along with it, and Yuri is pretending to not know anything about Monica. And which again lends itself to why Yuri would have been curious to know what happens when the world.bat file is disengaged. I don't know. There are lots of possibilities. I need to get moving because I did say I have to get out the door at 3:30 in order to get to my brother's place at 5, and so I really should be going. I'm not going to be raiding someone today. I'm taking a peek anyway to force the habit, I suppose. Yeah, but yeah, okay. Be safe. Thank you. Thank you for streaming. See you next time. Yeah. Nick. I'm interested to see where this goes. This is so very darkly ominous, and seriously, well played. Way to show and not tell. Way to let the audience figure it out. Just don't give them anything. Except the faintest of tidbits, the faintest of breadcrumbs. There I'm mixing metaphors again. To puzzle over. I mean, arguably it depends on if you can pay off what it's setting up, but it's. I've got confidence in you as a writer, Dev. I think there's good stuff you can do with that. Incidentally, I put a \n after DDCM and another \n after 3 in case you were wondering, so that the layout is like this. I mean, I think it's better than having it go behind her skirt, behind Monica's thighs. And it's still, like, in the upper left corner. It still displays properly as DDCM Season 3 collection. So, I don't know. I don't know if you want to consider doing that, Dev. Yeah, it's an option. Anyway, that's enough rambling out of me. Yeah, until next time.